Hello friends from all over the world. Welcome to Honor of Kings. If you don't know about Honor of Kings, don't worry. We will give you a full understanding about the game through 4 episodes. If you already know Honor of Kings, you should not miss this program, as you will find all the key information you want to know. Honor of Kings is a mobile game developed by Temu Studio Group focusing on battle. It was released in China on November 26, 2015, and is currently the mobile game with the most players in the world. You will find a large number of unique heroes and finely designed skins in Honor of Kings. What's more, the immersive battlefield will also bring users fresh gameplay experience. That's why it is a fantastic choice for social entertainment. The first season of KPL was officially launched in September 2016, and we have witnessed the birth of 13 champions. After about 2,900 days and nearly 8,000 matches. Honor of Kings International Championship is an annual world-class esports tournament with the highest level of competition. It's worth mentioning that the 2021 Honor of Kings International Championship, which contributed 600 million content views on the day of the grand finals, reached 170 million users during the tournament. 2022 Honor of Kings International Championship will witness a whole update and hold a dazzling $10 million prize pool. The wildcard qualifiers will start on November 22nd, and the group stage will start from December 3rd. You will see the strong teams from all over the world fighting for the World Championship. KIC2022 will kick off shortly. Let's witness the wonderful performance of players on the stage of the 2022 Honor of Kings International Championship. Let's high five for highlight.
它可能就是实现这个点会实现，没错。闪，点大两个在前两个，哇！行云流水。
卡前面
啊，梦琪进去想抢龙。
Nothing draws a shark better than the sweet scent of blood.
Triple kill.
Perhaps you'd understand me better. Watch me dance.
Double kill.
Jerry 先进去吸引那波火力，拉出来张飞
Steal the flesh.
锁住了4个，吕布跳起来4个。
Cultivate the mind.
空荡在对光，无尽渴望。一路传绵袭来的痛爽，造就我勇敢的锋芒。
抬头仰望，是牵一股追的星光，星空之
志向是永世不灭的守望。
踏上征途的不忘，任风雨苍茫激荡，相同信仰。我要乘浪寻找炽烈的愿望，风浪答案握在我手上。我要打破现实梦的墙，只因为有你陪在我的身旁。我要浴火聚光，燃脂终章，不去灵魂之上。
有绝世的力量。
在这座赛场上，从来都没有什么机缘巧合，抱着必死的决心，有着必胜的信念。强者就是无论身处怎么样的绝境，无论对手是谁，永远战意盎然。正所谓死去拳台招旧部，荆棘10万战阎罗。
就算世界崩塌又怎样，我还有一座倔强。你我并肩助你于野火，让心灵飘回家乡。银河一战，绝不要平凡的时光。尽管再样，你是记下我模样。背负着使命绝望，越绝望越敢冲撞。不可阻挡，就这个让我寻找炽烈的愿望。逆风让答案握在我手上。我要打破梦与现实的墙，是因为有你陪在我的身旁。
奇迹永远在绝望中诞生。
燃脂终章，不去灵魂之上。
有绝世的力量。
那个动作又扑进去了，没有被顶到，上海直接砸掉了，冠孙子阳，再杀还要去杀锦荣吗？
不让手，
对，再回头给2剑，不让你手，再来。
不怕所有磨难定会逆流而上，不管局势相似为我无双。不论精疲力竭路途浩荡，心中也有渴望向往的地方。燃起无尽梦想，炽热滚烫，刻下心中方向，绝不会退让。
我们相信他们也会输，他们只是一群鲜衣怒马的少年。但是我们知道，一帆风顺永远只是弱者的安眠曲，而披荆斩棘才是强者的主题歌。
欢迎来到2022年王者荣耀世界冠军杯 KIC。
2个大坦克在正面啊，根本不管，直接一个1技能过去，现在没有吃回来，想自杀的天哪！
武汉大破超这波不得不把对方牵进来之后，侧面诺言，机会，
孙少祥拿到了5杀，
打上来跟上了，残血了，看这枪走了，败中，
一枪打掉最后的人狂，
这波
还是反打1打2，
直接带走的运动军
就是暖阳，
一手这波方保下来了，马上这波侧面给1枪，阿甘人1次拳落枪之后完美，再来1枪，有机会3连绝杀。
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 2022 Honor of Kings International Championships KPL Qualifiers Round 1, Day 2. I'm your caster, Pena, Mulei.
Yesterday, we just witnessed DRG GK had an excellent battle and made it into the group stage. And today, we're gonna witness another excellent fight. I'm today's caster, Nora.
I know. Nora, yesterday's game was amazing. I just loved the way how Beijing Weibo tried their very best to try to make it, but it was all GK yesterday.
Yeah, actually, yesterday's competition was so tight, you know.
Yeah.
Everyone just vying for the first point, like vying for the first spot.
Yes.
Who's gonna make it to the group stage?
Yeah, of course. Like, believe me, a lot of people have been asking questions about like how the tournament works, like how is this actually happening? So many different rounds. So we put together a video to explain to you how our tournament, our KIC, is going to evolve. Let's pay attention.
The tournament can be divided into 3 stages: KIC 2022 Wildcard Qualifier, KIC 2022 KPL Qualifier, and the main draw. 8 teams from KPL area and 8 teams from other areas will compete in the KIC 2022 group stage. For the 8 teams from other areas, 4 teams from Brazil area, Turkey area, Latin area, and Middle East and North Africa area respectively have already secured a seat in group stage through other area qualifiers, while the remaining 4 promotion quotas for group stage will be decided based on the results of wildcard qualifier from November 22nd to 24th. Where 8 teams from all over the world will fight for points through single-cycle best-of-1. Meanwhile, in KPL area, Chongqing Wolves and Wuhan East Pro have directly won 2 seats. During KPL qualifier from November 25th to 30th, the remaining 6 seats will be decided based on KIC points ranking results of other 12 KPL teams through a competition system, which is best of 7 for the first round and best of 1 for the second round. The 16 qualified teams will be divided into 4 groups by drawing lots based on their promotion order. The group stage begins on December the 3rd. After 10 days of grouping matches in the best of 2 double round robin system, 8 teams will advance to KIC 2022 quarterfinals. The final 8 teams will be matched up into 4 groups by drawing lots and fight for the 4 tickets to semifinals from December 16th to 19th in the best of 7 single elimination system. The semifinals will take place on December 24th to 25th and determine the final 2 teams through a best of 7 single elimination system. Finally, we will witness the birth of the championship together on December the 30th. KIC 2022 will kick off shortly. Are you ready?
Well, let's hope that this video makes things a little bit clearer for everyone at home, right? We've had already the wildcard qualifiers on the previous days, and today we're already in the KPL qualifiers round 1.
Yeah, and eventually there's going to be 16 teams participating in our group stage. And now for our round 1, as for the KPL region qualifier, there's only 1 spot left, which going to earn this kind of these 2 teams another extra life.
Yes, exactly, because what we have for KPL qualifiers is going to be round 1 and round 2, right? So for round 1, we're going to have 2 best of 7. The first game just happened yesterday, and the second game is going to happen today. Whoever that is going to win today is going to take a direct ticket into the group stages. But very important is that this is going to be a best of 7. If you've been watching our stream in the previous days, when we had the wildcards, we had a best of 1. What is the best of 7's biggest difference with everything?
Well, as for best 1 game decide everything. But as for best of 7, we're gonna go through a global band pick. Which is gonna be really interesting.
Yes, exactly, a global band pick, which for a lot of us is a completely new term. A global band pick, well, as you already know, the BP stages allows you to ban and pick the heroes that you can choose and the heroes that the opponent cannot choose. But in a global ban pick, it means that every single time that you choose a hero, you might not be able to use that hero again during that game.
Exactly. In short, every hero is gonna only be allowed to use once during the whole game. But if the two teams tie the score, they even it up to 3-3, then we're gonna go for the ultimate battle.
Yes, exactly. So it means that we will have 7 games tops today. Whoever that makes it first to 4 games, to 4 victories is going to take the win. But at the same time, if we get to 3v3, then it's going to have to come to Game 7. On Game 7, we'll have our ultimate battle that is going to have a blind pick format. A blind pick format would mean that you get to pick your heroes, and your opponent might not know what you have picked up until the moment of the game.
Exactly.
So they're going to reveal both strategies at the exact same time.
Actually, we can compare this kind of format to like you're playing chess, right? If you're doing the previous 6 round of the best of 7, you're like, okay, you go first, and then I'll do some ban picks or I'll do some counter pick. But if we go for the ultimate battle, that also means I won't know what you're gonna do.
Yes, exactly. And that's why we need to be very careful with the heroes that you pick, right? Like the heroes that you pick are going to define a lot. And we want to keep introducing a little bit more of those meta picks. And we're going to introduce to you 3 different heroes today: Lian Po, Meng Tian, and Guang Yu.
And if you take a good look at those 3 heroes, you're going to find out that these 3 are all top laners.
Yes. All warriors, right? Like Meng Tian being one of the most popular picks in the whole KPL summer tournament. And we have today what he's been called the best KPL Meng Tian. It's going to be Qin, right?
And also for the opponent that's going to be Shi He from XYG, he's also a great player as using Meng Tian. So actually they have like the similar hero pool.
Yeah, very similar hero pools, right? Like we've already seen a lot of Meng Tian, we've seen a lot of Guang Yu, and Lian Po is going to be another hero that we need to pay attention since in the wild cards it has been used as a support, and starting today from the KPL qualifiers is going to go back to his normal top lane.
Actually for Lian Po, it's much more like being known as for his flexibility, because you can use it as a tank, you can use it as a support, you can use it as a top. So actually because of his flexibility, so it can be used to like pair up with different heroes and just to finish that composition.
And talking about heroes, we need to talk about players as well, right? Like we're going to introduce to you about Guangzhou.TTG's Qin, right? Qin being one of the top players in the KPL region. He's one of the best top laners that we have. And Qin has a very interesting data. A very interesting point is that Qin has made it all the way to 6 different finals, but has only been able to take 1 trophy.
Yeah. Let's take a good look at it, but we will first see the starting list from XYG, and then we're gonna talk a little bit more about Qin. First, let's check XYG. These 5 members, they've been working together for such a long time, and the same as for Guangzhou.TTG, these 5 members has already been coordinated for like over 2 years, I guess.
Yes, exactly. XYG that has a very interesting story, right? Like XYG is one of those teams that just show you how you can take your esports dream to the next level.
Yeah.
They started as non-professional, just amateur players that they just gathered together because all of them were actually pretty good. And then they just kept working, they won competitions and made it to the biggest stage that we have right now.
Yeah, I still remember once we made a documentary for XYG, and actually there's going to be a storyline, right? And we made him just like they're the main character of what we call esports gaming.
Yeah.
Because they rise up from our like amateur domestic tournament, and then they made it into KPL, into the professional game.
Of course, and that's just a very big example of how everyone has an opportunity in esports, right? Like if you're just exactly just like them, if you are really good, if you're very confident, if you feel like you want to make it to the best tournaments, find your friends, keep practicing, get better at the game, and we're hopefully welcoming you to come and join us in the wildcard games.
Yeah, and they are gonna be the empire of who's made it from non-professional gamer into the professional one.
Yes, exactly.
And we can talk a bit more about their opponents today because they're also considered as one of the most strongest team right now in our KPL region.
Yes, exactly. Guangzhou.TTG, one of the most experienced teams that we have right now, right? Just for a specific data point in here, Tiancheng has more victories than the total amount of games played by the most experienced player in XYG, 9月 or September. Tiancheng already has 304 victory games, and 9月 has only taken part in 226 games. Imagine, the man has won more games than what 9月 has actually played.
That, in another word, that also makes Guangzhou.TTG all like 5 of them are really experienced.
Yes.
They've been through a lot, and actually for these 5 boys, they've like have so many ups and downs, and now they want to make their first trophy.
Yes, exactly. Tiancheng, 587 caps. 9月 580 caps, Qingqing 536 caps, Bincheng 516 caps. It's just incredible. They doubled the amount of experience that XYG can have.
So actually Guangzhou.TTG is quite experienced, and that also means like because these 5 members, they've been coordinated for such a long time, they know each other pretty well. And that's kind of the similar thing between XYG and Guangzhou.TTG, because these 2 teams are all none of their what we can call cooperation.
Yes, exactly. You can see XYG's coach, Zhe Xi. Zhe Xi is going to be their coach right now in the whole coach's pot, we could call it like that. He's got the 2nd highest win average with a 60% of win average in 55 games in total. He's a very new coach, but having a 60% win average is already something to be careful about.
That also means he's really good at how he gonna make the strategy for his team, and also it also means like he's quite a smart coach.
Yes, exactly. Being second at something means that you're smart, right?
Yeah.
It means that you've done your homework. It means that you are actually paying attention to details. And hopefully, that's going to give XYG an opportunity to, while they face today Guangzhou.TTG.
Yeah, especially we've already mentioned today we're gonna go for the best of 7 global band pick, and coach is someone who's gonna play a really important role in this kind of format.
Yeah, of course, because whenever that you play a best of 7 and you have a global band pick, you need to understand that you cannot just go all in since game 1. If you go all in since game 1 and things go south and you don't take that victory, that could put you on your back heel very early in the game.
You can't do it. You can't treat it. It's just like you're gambling, right?
Yeah, exactly. It's not a BO1 anymore. It's a best of 7.
Yeah.
Whatever that you play in game 1 and game 2 is going to decide how you're going to keep your strategy for the rest of the games.
Yeah, you need to be well prepared about whether you're gonna convince what they're gonna do, and also you're gonna prepare for the next step, always.
Yes, of course. That's why the hero pools are going to be very important for both teams, right? Like we need to be able to understand each one of these players need to be able to master multiple heroes.
Yeah.
If you're able to master multiple heroes, it gives your coaches a better opportunity, a better understanding, more flexibility in terms of the BP stages.
That also means like the choices left for the coach going to be wide open.
Yes, of course. Like we need to check that in any kind of situation, in any kind of composition, you must be able to excel. You need to be able to have the mechanics that are necessary for those heroes.
Yeah, and that's exactly the most interesting point about our format, because you're gonna see like they're maybe do a lot of tricks. They're gonna set up some traps for their opponents.
Hey, tricks and traps, I like that. How would you understand that? Let's explain a little bit about the tricks and the traps.
For example, if you we have another format. If you're the losing side, you're going to be able to have the priority to choose whether you're going to be the blue side or the red side for the next game, right? And that's something you can really do something in that kind of format.
Okay, so if you lose your game, you get to choose if you want to be blue side or red side for the next game, right? Remember that the blue side is going to be the side that is going to ban first and is going to get the first pick.
Yeah.
So being on the blue side not only allows you to really limit a little bit more what your opponent can choose, but it allows you to be the first one picking. So it gives you a little bit more of an advantage, you could say.
Yeah, and it's worth mentioning that especially for these kind of teams which already been so experienced and which really like they know this format such well. So actually for the first pick that they're gonna do from the blue side, always gonna be a meta pick.
Always gonna be a meta pick, right? So the first 4 bans are going to be critical, right? Like you cannot just go and ban all meta heroes, because at the end, you always know that the blue side is going to have one more meta pick first.
Yeah.
If you ban all meta picks, then you're just not giving yourself any way to counterattack that, right?
Exactly. And that's something those coaches can play with, you know, especially for the first round BP. That's going to be really interesting.
That is going to be really interesting as we are almost ready to start, right? Like we have the players ready. Everyone is just trying their best just to concentrate, to focus. Make your heart beat a little bit slower, right? Making good decisions is going to be critical. So starting from right now, what do you think is going through the players' minds?
Wow, actually I've asked those players before, like when you're standing under the spotlight, where you're just like, everyone's looking at it and the camera is also on you, what you're gonna do. Actually, most of the time, they're just gonna focus on their conversation. You can see, like from our image, from the camera that gives us these kind of pictures, those players are really into their conversation. Like what we're gonna do next. Or they're just gonna cheer up for each other. It's like, calm down, bro, we can do it.
Esports is a team sport, right? Like in here, at least in our MOBA games, it's going to be a 5v5. And that 5v5 means that you need to be able to coordinate and communicate well with your coaches and with your teammates.
And also the condition for these players are also gonna matter.
Yeah.
Like it's except of those formats or those like rules we've mentioned, for these players, especially for Guangzhou.TTG, they really need to have a good condition, which is gonna help them a lot.
Well, having a good condition is going to allow them to move forward into the group stages straight up, or to move into the round 2 of the KPL qualifiers. Now, the BP is starting, and that's no surprise that Mengtian is going to be the first ban.
Actually, we can see like Mengtian was listed in our previous poll, right? One of the 3 heroes. It's because Mengtian is considered as an all-round ability heroes right now, because he can both play as a tank and also warrior.
Yeah, Mengtian just allows you just to have that winning lane, right? Very rarely you can find heroes that can just counter Mengtian. This is rarely countered.
Yeah, and you can see the first round of fan pick, especially for these 3, Mengtian, Guang Yu, and Shi San are both aiming to their core players, to their opponent's team.
Yes, of course. Like they are trying their very best just to counter the course, right?
Yeah, to limit their hero pool.
Yeah, like you need to be able to limit them. If you do not limit them and you allow them just to take their meta picks, they might just be gigantic by minute 6.
Yeah, and we can see here something worth mentioning is that both, actually, like to be fair, in this meta, most of the people who chose to be the blue side at the first round would usually take the meta pick. But it's unexpected that XYG chose Zhang Fei first and let TTG to do the next round of fan pick, and they try to do more as counter pick.
Yeah, exactly. XYG is going to try to use Zhang Fei. Zhang Fei being actually a hero that has a very high winning rate for them, right?
True.
XYG's winning rate while having Zhang Fei is going to go all the way to 83%.
Yeah, they've took it like 12 times and they won 10 of it. And these data are based on our summer cup.
Well, if you win 8 out of 10 times with a hero, there's gotta be a reason why, right?
And now we can see here's a small board that show up on the top of the white one. We can see Ata, which gonna really be a good composition to compare by Meng Ya and also Lam.
Meng Ya and Lam, as we can see on the other side. Xia Houtun, a great combo with Gongsun Li.
Yeah.
That is very interesting because Xia Houtun, as we have seen in the previous days, his abilities allow him not only to be able to take in a lot of damage, but to deal real damage as well.
And also, like Xia Houdun's really all round, you know.
Yeah.
Like he can do a lot of things, and also he's always gonna gain himself a winning lane. And also, the second damage allow him to do some true damage.
Xia Houtun against Ata on that top lane, that matchup in between top laners, what do you think? Who do you think has the upper hand?
Well, I guess I'll give it 50-50 because these two heroes, as we already know, like they are more to be played as a tank.
Yeah.
So they won't spend a lot of time just, you know, do those melee fighting. No, I don't care about you. I care about how I'm gonna rotate into the mid or into the bottom to gain more vision for my team.
Yeah, I'm not caring that much about the 1v1s, right?
Yeah.
I'm just trying to go around. The rotations are gonna be super important. How to move into the mid lane to clean wave and gain priority.
Yeah.
One of the things that we have been telling you a lot since day one, having priority mid lane is gonna be important. And that is why we can see XYG has this super meta pick Shen Mengxi as their mid laner.
Yeah, as for Shen Mengxi, we all know like actually Shen Mengxi also has a quite high winning rate, especially in XYG's hand, right? For Lin Meng, as I remember, he's been using Shen Mengxi for 12 times and he won 10 of it. So that's gonna be 83.3% of winning rate.
Yeah,
That's quite high.
It is pretty high. And the side of Guangzhou.TTG is going to counter that with Zhao Jun. Zhao Jun, again, another hero that allows you to clean wave very quickly. And the same as Shen Mengxi, they have a very big area of effect for their ultimate.
Yeah, and for Zhao Jun, actually the point of taking out Zhao Jun, except if he's going to be able to gain for the priority of cleaning the mid wave, but also she's going to be really crucial during the team fight. With her ultimate, he's going to be able to split up those battlefield into 2 parts.
Yeah, of course. So it's gonna depend a lot on what Zhao Jun can do to try to split people, try to use the Winters here, her ultimate to try to deal damage. At the same time, Tian Cheng's responsibility is going to be using that Gongsun Li in the way that you would expect, right? Moving around, taking those 1v1s, finding the right place to jump in for fights. Not too early, that's for sure, not too early, but in the right moment.
Yeah, and as we've already seen, these two teams has already chosen this kind of composition. We are gonna see that this game gonna be explosive because both teams has chosen those compositions who's gonna be really good at doing those big team fight.
Okay, so we're gonna have a very aggressive game today. So we will expect since minute 2, minute 3 of the game already starting those 3v3s, 4v4s, even some 5v5s I can predict.
Yeah, and you know, like especially when we're doing best of 7, the first game, game 1 is gonna be really crucial because everyone's just wanna vie for the first point, which gonna cheer them up and make them to be like more confident about the rest of the games.
Yes, of course, we need to be able to gain confidence since game 1.
Ooh.
We've got the KPL qualifiers, round 1, day 2, XYG against Guangzhou.TTG. I think that Lady Sun is going to have a little bit more of advantage just because of the fact that they are in the blue side, right?
Yeah, and did you notice that XYG actually they're carrying 3 smite, which also means, in other words, they're going to be really aggressive to invade into the opponent's field.
Yeah, being able to invade early in the game, trying to slow down the composition from the other side, trying to slow down Lam. Lam is a very important hero. It's a very crucial part of this Guangzhou.TTG's composition. It's going to be very important for them. Let's wait and see what they can do.
Come on, let's go for the first game. XYG on the blue side and their opponent Guangzhou.TTG on the red. I'm today's caster Nora.
I'm your caster Isaac Pena Mule. Look at that, Vincent jumping in very, very aggressive in the beginning.
They're trying to invade.
They're trying to invade. Tianchen is going to have to use his frenzy really quick, very early in the game.
Ooh, and it seems like they're gonna take it.
Yeah, that blue is going to be for XYG. XYG's strategy of playing since minute 1, Kuxie and September, Zhou Yue are going to be the first ones with the blue.
Yeah. The early games for Guangzhou.TTG is going to be really painful
That's
because
going to be really difficult.
there's no way for them to contest XYG as they've already selected such an aggressive composition, especially in the early game.
Yeah, right? Like for Puran, it's going to be really hard. Like he's already like very slow. Like he's going to have to take on some minions. And probably it's going to end up being Tianchen, the one that is going to have to give some of his minion waves for Puran.
Because if he didn't got the blue buff, which also means he won't be able to upgrade to level 4 once he get to the top. So he need to like just have some waves, share the money.
Look at that, Ling Meng being targeted really bad over there in mid lane. Very difficult for him. Sihe joining in, making it a 2v1.
Actually, like for this composition, Guangzhou.TTG just need to slow down. Well, this slow down doesn't mean like, okay, I'm not gonna like initiate the team fight or I'm not gonna attack. It's more be like they need some time for Lam first got his out and then try to got Lam for his blue buff.
Of course, like he needs to be able to, for his damage to be online. If Lam's damage is not online, the only thing that Puran can do is to show up, but he won't be able to take the fights. He won't be able to take some victories.
Yeah.
Look at that, one more invasion. XYG has their eyes on this blue buff. They do not want to let it go. And it's going to be Xiahotun that is going to come in. Qingqing is right over here in the game.
Oh, Flash with the first kill and another launched out. First blood goes to Gongsun Li.
Gongsun Li is going to take that first blood, leveling things for TTG. I saw how Qingqing coming in, using his flash, the initiation was critical for them to take this first whale.
Yeah, because we all can see like after Qingqing TP down to the Tyrant, and actually he's like at the very first time he was controlled by XYG, but it was unexpected that he chose to fight back.
Of course, like if you got the flash is for that, right? I know that the flash, the CD for that flash is going to be very long, it's 120 seconds. But if you don't use it, what for do you have it?
Yeah.
Oh, come on, you gotta be just aggressive. Sometimes, whenever that you have it and you need to use it, just go for it. And you can see how Qingqing, with the use of that flash, very aggressive style of attacking, is going to give TTG a little bit more time for them to take back the hill of this game.
And actually now, as time's already arrived at around 4 minutes, this is gonna be TTG's chance. Now they're going to be more proactive.
They have to be a little bit more proactive, right? Like right now, they cannot just like leave it right over here. Look at that, trying to slow down Xiutou.
Yeah.
By taking that turret, it would allow Lady Sun, it would allow Gongsun Li to be able to rotate a little bit more. And that would just slow down a lot what Lady Sun could do.
Yeah, we all know like actually Gongsun Li is quite early game hero. Like for Tiancheng, he need to be proactive, he need to be aggressive, and he need to just get rid of this endless brawls. He need to like rotate and like gain more chances for his team.
Gaining more chances right now. Lam finally is gonna be able to take on that blue buff without any more invasion.
Puran was like, finally.
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 As the blue just spawned, he was like, what? Wait, what? Like no one around?
What's this?
That's new.
I never saw this before.
That's new.
Okay, 5 minutes. And we can see TTG are now being much more proactive.
A lot more proactive. the XYG, like their timing is already gone, right? Like they had like the first 4 minutes.
Yep.
It was the moment where they needed to get a little bit of an advantage. And on the other hand, it's gonna be Guangzhou.TTG that has a very, very tiny but very important 500 gold advantage.
Yeah. Actually, for those invasion that XYG did in the very first early game, it's not because they want to earn some advantages and snowball the game into the end. It's more like they want to buy more time for Xiudou, for Lady Sun to form up.
Of course, like it's not a matter of just the kills, you know?
Yeah.
It's a matter of just like how do I slow you down and how do I get myself first to have a level advantage.
Yeah.
They're going to trade turrets on top and bottom.
Wow, good news to XYG. Actually, Lady Sun first takes down the outer tower from TTG side.
Exactly, look at this. Kushi is going to proc his the Armageddon, puts 2 people on air. The wild blood comes in, pushes 3 or 4 people around. Now Tintin wants a little bit more, gets the Onsuto, but he does not have any more allies to join with him.
From this brawl, TTG forced out the outer from Zhang Fei from Xihe, so that allowed them to like get into the opponent's field and steal away the blue buff.
Now that blue buff in there is going to be critical for Puran, but look at that. September just immediately just realizes that his blue is gone, jumps into the opponent's blue jungle and takes the blue from them. Just kind of like slowing things again, right? Like if you take mine, I'd rather taking yours instead of going and fighting you in there.
And it's all because of his experience, you see. It's more like, okay, I'm not gonna waste time of like, okay, let's fighting for this blue buff. Well, I'm just gonna do it smart. I'm just gonna do a blue buff trade.
And that little trade, that little swap in there is very important for both junglers, right?
Yeah.
At the end of the day, it's beneficial for both of them. Sometimes you don't need to fight just because of the fighting, not just for the sake of fighting, right? If you can solve it in a different way, just go for that different option.
Actually, if we look to these kind of teams playing against each other, we will see like they're gonna do a lot of things, and every movement that they take, they always have their own plan, you know.
Yeah. They need to have a plan in here.
Yeah, it's hiding behind those little movements. You won't see them like going for those big fights, big team fights, but they're always like doing something.
Yes, as we can see the Tyrant being taken to half of HP. No one is going to commit to it. As we have already, one more time, the Armageddon comes in. Atta is being taken extremely low. The Winter's here, gonna break everything in half and pushing XYG back to their zone.
That's exactly why we said after Joey to wait a minute, let's take a look.
The combo coming in is gonna be Lumber that is going to fall. Right now it's Tension that is gonna try to protect his jungle. It's not gonna be enough, and right now XYG take one more kill.
Such a nice catch. Like XYG, they pretend like, okay, we're not gonna attack, we're gonna retreat.
Yeah.
So that's why Bingchun's at that position and try to gain a little bit more vision for TTG and just let XYG to catch the opportunity and get him down.
The control chain in there was so good. It was really nice. Look at that. Puran trying to find a position on Limon. And Limon just using his kitty bombs just to clean, just to try to check on it, right?
Yeah. That's another trick if you want to play with Shimengxi, use this hero. Here's another tips if you want to use it. Like once your skills landed on your enemy, it's gonna be let them be exposed in your vision.
Yes.
You're gonna spot him.
You need to use those kitty bombs just to check on the grass, right? Like, you want to go into the bush? All right, I'd just rather just toss in a couple bombs just to see if it is safe or not.
Yeah. To clean the way for you.
9 minutes and 30 seconds is going to be the end of this early game. We're going to move into the mid game as we have our Dark Tyrant and Dark Overlord that they're going to come in back online.
And to be honest, for the next few minutes, especially after the Shadow Overlord and Shadow Tyrant gonna spawn, there's gonna be a huge, big team fight. because now,
Yeah.
after we've arrived at the 10-minute mark, these two teams both have the strength to fight against with each other.
Okay. So look at that. Right now, they're going to trade. TTG is going to go for the Dark Tyrant, and it's going to be XYG that is going to go for the Dark Overlord.
As for this trade, it also means TTG, once they got the effect that granted by taking down this Shadow Tyrant, they need to initiate some fight.
They have to initiate some fight. Right now, they've got the buff. So they need to be a little bit more aggressive, but at the same time, XYG with the Overlord, they have the wave control. Look at that, one more time, the fight is going to come in. The Winter's here is going to go back. Whoa! It's going to be frozen down, and that's going to take 2 kills for TTG. Right now, look at that, Puran is unstoppable. Right now, it's going to take a triple kill.
Triple kill goes to Puran. Such a nice big team fight. As long as Guangzhou.TTG got the effect granted by this Shadow Tyrant, they really did it and earned themselves a lot of advantages.
You talked about that, Nora. You've mentioned that they needed to be a little bit more proactive. They needed to take the initiative. They've got the buff, and they went for it completely. And that was a triple kill for Puran. Let's see that one more time.
And you can see like how smooth he is. Let's check Puran. First, after he came in, actually he was locked by Miyamoto Musashi.
Yeah.
And then he tried to exit battlefield first, and with the control provided by Jiu, he successfully got the double kill, and then chasing in, find him another kill.
I think that was critical, just how Jiu was able to do the assist, right?
Yeah.
Like he uses this Trojin's second ability just to not only freeze them down, but just setting up Puran for success. Without Joey's assist, I don't think that Puran would be able just to take those 3 kills.
Wow, so actually for this big team fight, it was a 5 versus 5, right?
Yeah.
And it's like we can see how great Guangzhou.TTG are for their like such an excellent cooperation, we can say, right?
Yes, exactly. And right now that's going to give Guangzhou.TTG almost 3,000 gold advantage. That at 12 minutes and 30 seconds, it is going to be important.
And now for Guangzhou.TTG, they need to speed up.
Yeah, they have to. They have to control. They have to control XYG's jungle.
Yeah.
Like they want all the resources. Look at that. The Winter's here is just going to impede XYG coming in to support and try to protect that turret. And right now, it is just going to be green light for TTG to jump in and just to try to get anything they want.
And XYG actually had no idea about what they're gonna do next because they need to fight.
They need to fight. They have to. Look at that. One more time. Tianqin being extremely aggressive, slowing everyone down. Tianqin still got the frenzy. Right now, Tianqin's frenzy is online. And remember that frenzy is an active ability. In the moment that you proc that ability in, your damage is going to receive a buff, allowing Tianqin just to go berserker in any fight that he wants.
Yeah, especially like with those items which gonna be Doomsday, and also I guess he already got the Shadow Reaper. It gonna like allow him with this frenzy to do like more like a burst damage.
Yes, exactly. Look at that. The gold rankings, Puran and Tianqin right now already over the 10,000 bar. Look at that, Limon taking extremely low.
Let's see Guangzhou.TTG if they can use such a upper hand to close the game, to end up this game. They need to speed up because once again, for XYG, the most thing that they want to achieve is about to ensure that Lady Sun could be fully decked out. And
Lady
we can
Sun
see
needs to be fully decked out. Now Xiuto is going to decide to buy Starbreaker. Starbreaker, that is going to be one of those items that whenever that your opponents are using a lot of like very tanky items, right? Like that is going to allow them to have a little bit more of a little bit of a higher defense. You need to use Starbreaker because it has armor pierce.
Yeah, and armor pierce really matters a lot, especially in this game. Because if we check Guangzhou.TTG's composition again, we can see with Langbo, And also with Xia Houdun, it's
Yeah.
quite tanky. Such a solid front line. And again, another team fight just initiated.
Insane how Atta just so squeezy right now. It's not going to be enough. Like I just saw how Tianchen just literally just used his normal attack, just his auto attack, poke him 3 times.
Yeah.
And that was half of Atta's HP bar.
Yeah, because we can see, like, if we check Tianchen's item,
Yeah.
he already got the Daybreaker.
Yeah. And the Daybreaker is going to allow him not only to have armor pierce, but it's going to allow him to have a longer, a wider range of attack.
And now the Dark Overlord is in Guangzhou.TTG's hand. And they really try to use this Vanguard to take down at least one high ground tower from XYG side.
Yeah, I think that mid lane level 2 turret is going to be very difficult for XYG to protect. And right now we need to see, like it does not seem like Guangzhou.TTG wants to move in for high ground right now. They just wanted to control that Overlord. They did not want XYG to take it. But after TTG just took that, they just decided just to push back.
But once again, after XYG's Lady Sun's fully decked out, that's going to be a huge threat to Guangzhou.TTG.
Of course, like Lady Sun is such a strong hero in the late game, right? And once Lady Sun's damage is fully online, it does not matter how many defensive items you have. Like it's just going to be just straight to your heart.
Just ignore it.
Yeah, there's not going to be any armor that is going to be necessary in there. It's going to make no difference.
Like most of the marksmen, like for example, for Gong Sun Li, after he's going to the late game, it's going to be a little bit difficult for him to deal with those really tanky front line.
Yeah.
But on the contrary, for Lady Sun, she was like, no big deal.
No big deal. The burst damage that can be provided by Lady Sun is going to be a very big headache for TTG and trying to solve that, right? So it's going to depend on Lam's position and try to take Lady Sun out of the fight early in the early stages of it.
Yeah. And speaking to that armor pierce, actually that's something to do with her like second skill.
Yeah.
After her second skill, which is gonna be a bomb, could like successfully target to his enemy, then it's gonna like enhance her next basic normal attack and gonna do more armor pierce.
He's gonna have way more damage as we can see Gong Sun Li and Lam already starting on this Dark Tyrant. The Dark Tyrant is not gonna be able to stand now. One more time, Sijo is going to be attacked. There's gonna be 4 people against him. He won't be able to do anything. Look at that Lam's position. Puran is really very aggressive, pushing everyone back. And now it's gonna be TTG that will have the power play for 35 seconds.
Yeah, now they have such a huge gold lead, and also it's gonna be their best time to try to take down this high ground tower. Let's see what they're gonna do. Pull out from the battlefield, because as long as Shen Mengxi is already alive, it's gonna be a little bit difficult for TTG to push this lane into their high ground tower.
If you paid attention to how Pinchan just tried to stand in front, it was just Shen Mengxi used his ult, cleaned the wave, and almost took Pinchan with him as well.
Yeah.
Look at that. It's going to be the Overlord. It's going to be for Lady Sun. Puran is trying to be locked in. He's going to try to resurrect. It's not going to be enough. Looks extremely low. It's going to be a shutdown for him. It's not going to be able to survive.
Lady Sun is still alive and revive again. Let's see what he's going to do. But he's being launched. Double kill goes to Lumber.
Double kill for Lumber right now. It's going to be a horrible moment here for XYG. And it's going to be a 3 against 2. It's only Sijo and Limon trying to protect the high ground.
But it's gonna be really hard since Tianchen's still alive. And now first, just block away Shen Mengxi, let him not be able to claim the wave. But we can see the Vanguard just spawned. That's gonna buy XYG some more time. See, their ally could be able to revive again.
Allies reviving, coming back, and it's going to be the high ground turret that's gonna fall. But at least the crystal is still there. Look at that. Pura trying to jump in, right? Like he tried to go in. He completely oversteps. He saw one before. He tried to take the Overlord, but he was unable to be successful.
Yeah. Actually, the first thing that Bu Ren wants to do is try to steal away that. The first thing that he wants to do is try to steal away the dragon.
Yes.
But he was like slowed down by the enemy's abilities, and that's gonna be a little bit crucial, especially for heroes like Lan.
Yeah, exactly. It's going to be. It's a difficult decision, right? Because right now, as we get to the 20-minute mark, it's going to be the Tempest Dragon that is going to be online.
Oh.
If you lose those big fights at the moment that the Tempest Dragon comes online, you might be just giving the game away for your opponent.
Yeah, we can say after the Tempest Dragon is spawned, that also means this play has been reset.
Yeah, exactly.
Everything's just even up because like both of the teams, all those members are fully decked out, and now they'll be able to like vie for this Tempest Dragon.
Yeah, right after the 20 minutes or even the gold,
Check the field.
after the 50,000 gold mark, it's all ready for anyone. Look at
You wanna
that,
chase
Musashi. He's still really, he's a man with a goal in hand, right? Like he really wanted to take that lumber down.
Yeah, but since XYG exposed their visions, but now Bu Ren's also be spotted, which gonna be really crucial. Use his ultimate, try to get out into the riverside, and successfully he just get away from all the surround.
Oh, taken extremely low by those kitty bombs, and right now XYG know that they have priority over this Tempest Dragon, but sadly for them, Siho is not gonna be online.
Yeah. And for Lin Mo, his flash was forced out by Bu Ren. Actually, that was actually not a forced out. He's been proactive. He tried to use his flash to jump over that walls and try to get Bu Ren down.
Now, if he would have been able to take the kill on Bu Ren, that would have just completely changed the game, right?
Yeah.
Because without Bu Ren, and right now, every time that you die, it's gonna be like you're gonna be on black screen for such a long time. It would have allowed XYG to take that Tempest Dragon.
Yeah.
Bu Ren not being able, not dying there, actually is good news for TTG.
Because without the flash, it will make Shen Mengxi to be an easy target.
Yeah, exactly. At least 45 more seconds for Shen Mengxi to have his flash back. As we can see, XYG trying to start on that Tempest Dragon.
Oh, but it don't look well since we check the bottom lane for those minion waves. It's in deficit for XYG, so they need to retreat first.
And Bu Ren knows it because look at Bu Ren's first decision. He just goes to top lane to clean it, and right now they're just waiting for someone from XYG to show up in the bottom lane for them to take this Tempest Dragon.
Yeah.
Look at that, the kitty bombs one more time. Chen being taken extremely low.
Flash.
The flash one more time.
Nice combo!
Crossing down on the ground. It's going to be Musashi that's trying to take things around one more time. He won't be able to do it as he's going to die. He's going to resurrect. Standing up one more time just to be taken down. One more time, it's going to be Lamb with the double kill.
This is a 1-4-3 trade. Such an excellent team fight done by Guangzhou.TTG. And now with such a big advantages, they're able to take down this Tempest Dragon and just put this game into such an upper hand.
Look at that, Xin kept keeping the vision. They do not want to take that dragon
Got
first.
them away.
Bu Ren is going to try to take the dragon on 1v1, but he knows that it's already like that Tempest Dragon's damage is something to be careful about.
Yeah. And TTG being so cautious, they don't want anything that's out of their expectation allowed it to happen. Let's recheck the team
Look at
fight.
that. It is just the Guangzhou Jun ability, right?
Yeah.
That Winter's here just completely annihilating Kuxie. Kuxie and Xiutou having a very difficult time against that Guangzhou Jun.
And that's the point that we've already mentioned during the draft, during the ban pick. Now again, check Limon, killing spree, goes to Lam, again the Tempest Dragon goes to XYG.
But it's gonna be for Musashi Miyamoto. XYG is going to take the Tempest Dragon, but they're falling down like flies. Look at that, it's only gonna be Xiutou and Kuxie trying to push people back. Look at Xiutou, he's gonna try to keep going around. Even though they took the Tempest Dragon, they lost 3 people in that fight. Right now, TTG is gonna have the power play for 20 seconds at least. What do they want to do about that? It was crucial for XYG to take on that Tempest Dragon.
And we can see how decisive XYG was. Actually, they didn't pay any attention to Shen Mengxi, to Lin Meng. Just let him to hold off Lam to allow XYG to take down that Tempest Dragon. And now everything's leaning on Xiudou's Lady Sun. They need to buy time for Sap, for Xihe to revive again. And now the place reset again.
All right, like they won that Tempest Dragon, but they lost too many allies in that fight. They could have, like that Xiudou's Lady Sun damage is already online, and they're gonna have the buff for 20 more seconds.
Yeah. Again, this is just game 1 during the best of 7. And these two teams already dragged the game to over 26 minutes.
Over 26 minutes. Right now we have this, both of their in mid and bottom lane. The two level 2 turrets are going to fall as well. I think that TTG will be able to protect their high ground since they have Zhao Jun.
Yeah, but
Zhao Jun is one of those heroes that is really crucial when protecting your high ground.
she's able to protect one high ground tower to clean one wave, but what if XYG didn't manage 3 waves go for the high ground tower at the same time? That's gonna be a little bit tricky. They force CTG try to gain them such a great advantages.
Trying to win some advantage, but they were successful in protecting those 2 turrets. That's going to give them a little bit more time to try to regroup and decide what they want to do for that next Tempest Dragon. The next Tempest Dragon is going to be online in 40 seconds. Let's see what they're going to do right now.
Due to the Tempest Dragon, which gonna only be spawned after 30 seconds, both 2 teams are gonna slow down. They're gonna ensure that they can earn themselves a great position, earn themselves much initiation to do the team fight. So they're gonna be cautious, they're gonna slow down. First thing first, manage the waves.
Manage the waves it is. Look at that. Both junglers just going on top and bottom lane, just trying to clean the wave, trying to put a little bit more pressure on the other team, right?
So due to this cleaning round, XYG win the upper hand because we can see Tempest Dragon is spawned on the opposite of the bottom lane.
Puran wanted to go back home, try to get his HP back, but he's not gonna be able, as right now XYG takes that already to 2/3 of the Dragon's HP on.
They are forced TTG to take this team fight because they have got the laning win on the bottom, and here it is. Roll from Zhang Fei, push back 2 enemies and gain them such a safe environment. But it seems to be a little bit wasteful because now they have no ability to allow them to rush this Tempest Dragon.
Exactly, Xihe had to proc his ult, and that's a very long cooldown. Look at Puran's position, coming from
Nice
behind,
ult.
trying to find the Lady Sun. He won't be able to do it, but look at that. It's going to be Musashi Miyamoto, the one that is going to lock him down. Puran goes down, Qingqing revives just to see the dragon fall, and his team being left only with Joey, who could not stand one more time. It was crucial. This is great position for the Ace.
And we can see Guangzhou.TTG was aced by XYG, and to manage for the top lane, first victory goes to XYG. Such a great battlefield and such a great performance by XYG.
XYG taking the victory against Guangzhou.TTG. I thought that Guangzhou.TTG's Puran had a good position to try to lock on Lady Sun, but it was completely locked out.
And you can see like the fatal strike, the smite done by Zhang Fei. We already said like after Zhang Fei used his ultimate, actually that put XYG into such a deficit.
Yeah.
But by using that smite, actually XYG holds 3 smites, and then earn themselves this Tempest Dragon and use it to turn this table around.
Well, turning things around, it was a great show of skills from XYG, right? And at the same time, just showing us how important it is. Like, Shiho lost his ultimate. Like, he was forced his ultimate before this Tempest Dragon fight, and at the end of the day, they were still able to take that Tempest Dragon.
Yeah, we can see like actually 2 of this Tempest Dragon goes to XYG, right?
Yeah,
First
control
smite by Miyamoto Musashi, and the second one is smited by Chang Fei.
Yeah, of course. Like, it was really good use of that 3 smites strategy that they came up with today, right?
Yeah.
Because having a 3 smites might give you the ability to invade in the early game, and whenever that you have these big fights for dragons, for common objectives, it gives you an upper hand as well.
Yeah, and that's actually something we need to talk about Guangzhou.TTG, right? Because we all know that they are a very strong team, but the best moment for them to end up that game, actually that was around like 15 minutes.
Yes, exactly.
We've talking about that point like again and again, like they need to hurry up, they need to speed up, they need to take the high ground tower to earn themselves more advantages. But that's like the point of them. It seems like they are not being that aggressive, like how they're gonna end up this game.
It was necessary for them just to make those decisions just in the right moment, right?
Yeah.
Just being able just to take it in the minute 15, just being able to go and push into high ground.
Let's see. This round, MVP goes to Shihe, his Zhang Fei.
Oh, damage taken of 34%, right? Like, he sucked in so much damage, and he died only 4 times in the whole game. For a person who takes 34% of all the damage, dying only 4 times, that says a lot. Look at this fight over here, 28 minutes. He does not have his ult. He just tries to keep in there. Like, he knows that it's all gonna come down to the smite.
Yeah. And that's the most critical smite during the whole game.
Was so important for him. Like, he knew that he could not protect Lady Sun at the same time that he wanted to take on the Tempest Dragon. So he just decided, you know what? I'm jumping in on my own.
It's like, okay, Shoto, do it by yourself. I'm just gonna go for this Tempest Dragon because that's gonna be much more important.
Yes, Shoto had to learn how to be a big boy and protect himself in there.
Yeah, and we can see like after taking down that Tempest Dragon, how happy and how excited he is.
Oh, come on, it's such a nice thing just to take those Tempest Dragons and that in the last moment, right?
Yeah.
And mostly with the smite. I just love whenever that I can use my smite properly just to take on the Tempest Dragons, on the Overlords or the Tyrants. Like, it just makes you feel so pro.
Yeah. Wow. After this game, wow. Remember, like when we were doing that drop, when we were doing that ban pick, we already mentioned like because for this round, we're playing with a format as we know is best of 7.
Yes.
And for best of 7, except of talking about those hero pools, which won't be a huge problem to these kind of like experienced members, more important, it could be like after XYG took down this game 1 in such an unexpected way, it's gonna cheer them up and just build their confidence.
Yes, exactly. And we need to talk about the fact that on these BO7s, even though TTG lost the fight, I don't think that they took on a lot of meta picks.
Yeah.
I think that they only took on Gongsun Lee that could be said like a meta pick. But besides that, I don't think that they lost a lot in this loss.
Yeah, so like speaking to those hero pools, actually hero pools won't matter that much, especially we're just go for like game 2. For these 2 teams, they've already been through like so many tournaments, like so experienced, that won't be like a huge problem. Yeah,
exactly. Well, XYG taking the victory in game 1. Let's see what Guangzhou.TTG can do to try to turn things around, right? And right now, Guangzhou.TTG is going to have priority as they're going to be able to choose to take the blue side.
Yeah.
So they will be able to get the first pick.
If they go for the first pick, if they go for the blue side, that also means like maybe they want to prioritize the importance of Qing Qing's existence.
Yes, exactly. Let us see some of the highlights that we have for this game. Look at that. I just love the moment, as we just mentioned here, minute 28, how it was very important for them just to try to control the right timing, the smite just in that last minute.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
And granted, by the effect, by the earning, they gain it from taking down the Tempest Dragon, it allowed XYG to be really powerful to just end up this game. And actually, the last fight, it was a 0-5 trade. And that's worth mentioning because XYG, they're really good at doing those big team fights.
Okay, well, right now we have 2 minutes and 50 seconds to come back online with the boys. Let's wait and see what the coaches can say. They need to be able to really move things around. They need to be able just to get everyone back on their feet.
Yeah.
We are looking forward for TTG to really just build themselves up and try their best to take this game back.
And as for this thing, first of all, the coach gonna really do a lot of things, especially as we've already mentioned, doing those drops just like you are playing chess, right?
Excellent.
So you need to gain some advantages for a team.
Let's wait and see. Now, let's have a little rest before we come back for game 2. Remember to stay online. We'll be back. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back, ready for game 2 between XYG and Guangzhou.TTG. If you just got back here with us and you didn't have a chance to see game 1, we had an amazing game that went all the way to 29 minutes, right? That was long.
You should see the replay, right?
Yeah.
Just check it after the whole event was done.
Yeah, exactly. In game 1, we saw XYG take the first victory against TTG. That is going to give them a lot of confidence because XYG used a lot of very, very powerful heroes in that pick, right? Like they used Musashi Miyamoto, they used Ata, they used Shenmeng Xi as well, they used Lady Sun, they used Stranfei. Like they had a very OP combo in there.
That also means for their coach, he's trying to use those strong meta pick to help them winning the first point, and they really did it. And also means if they really did it, first, it's going to be a really huge cheer up for XYG. And we can see like they're really in their good mood. So we actually don't need to be that worried for XYG. On the other hand, for Guangzhou.TTG, actually, I'm a little bit worried about them.
Well, a lot of people just expected TTG to take the first win, right?
Oh, yeah.
Like based on their previous performances and the performances that we've been watching in the last months and the last weeks, a lot of people just expected that TTG was going to come in and just take an easy first victory. But well, it's never easy. And right now we can see that because XYG took the first win.
So for Guangzhou.TTG first, they really need to calm down, right? Don't be disappointed, don't be like frightened, just need to calm down and try to get into their best condition. Actually, you know, for this team, for Guangzhou.TTG, condition means everything. Like their states means everything to them.
Their state of mind is going to have a very big influence, right?
Yeah.
Like they need to be able to just like slow down and then make good decisions. Right now, let's see what the BP is going to take us. Probably Guangzhou.TTG is going to answer back to that very, very aggressive combo from XYG in game one with something very aggressive as well, right?
That's true. Well, in that case, maybe, for the game two, they gonna put like more priority on Qingqing, especially when we like after watching the first game, we can see Xia Houdun played by Qingqing. He's quite aggressive, right? He's always trying to do something, and it seems like he's really decisive. So in that kind of mood, for game two, if they really want to fight back with a really beautiful win, maybe for this game, they're just gonna prioritize Qingqing's existence.
All right, let me tell you a little bit more about this BO7. Now, normally in BO7, after you have used one hero, then in the next game, you want to just directly ban that, right?
Yeah.
And that is exactly what TTG is doing right now. They already use Gunsun Li, they already use Lam, they know they cannot use it for the next game, so they just directly ban it away.
Yeah. I can't use it, so I won't let you to use it.
Yes, exactly. Let's see what they're going to choose for Qingqing.
Well, ooh, my Shiranui. This is the typical hero for Zhou Wei. I didn't expect it, but good news to Guangzhou.TTG is that we all know, like in this meta, actually my Shiranui is gonna be really OP, right?
Yes, exactly. But at the same time, XYG has already used Shen Mengxi.
Yeah.
And we know that Mai Shiranui is actually a very strong counter pick against Shen Mengxi. But picking that Mai Shiranui right now, without knowing exactly what their other team is going to have in mid lane, I think it's a little
bit risky, right?
Yeah, I find it a little bit risky. I am not able to understand yet what is going on in their minds. Look at that, Wang Zhaojun is going to have the priority in mid lane. It is true that Mai Shiranui is going to put pressure on her on the rotations, but it's going to depend a lot on what's going to be support for Guangzhou.TTG as well.
Yeah, for Guangzhou.TTG, first of all, their support can't be really be a protective support. It's gonna be maybe a tanky one would do a better thing and to gain more vision, especially paired up with Ata. And I guess the first thing for Guangzhou.TTG that allow them to use Mai Shiranui as the first pick is they fully trust Zhou Wei, especially we already said in this meta, Mai Shiranui is going to be really OP.
Yeah, Mai Shiranui is a super OP pick right now, right? But if you have, for example, you have Meng Tian in there. Your first pick is Mai Shiranui, so then XYG just replies back with a Meng Tian and Jing.
Yeah.
Meng Tian is a hero that might not care about your Mai Shiranui at all.
Yeah, and more important, we can see XYG intend to build up a really solid front lane.
Yes.
Meng Tian paired with Lamba, which also means it's gonna be really hard for Mai Shiranui to get into their backline.
Yeah, it's gonna be very difficult for them to get into their backliner. The options for XYG, for the marksmen, Gunsun Li, Marco Polo Fang, and Lady Sun are all off the table. Let's see what they're going to choose for their marksmen.
Well, maybe for the marksman, some marksmen that with mobility could be better
Concert you?
Concert you, yeah, it's gonna be fine. And Meng Ya, if they chose Meng Ya, that also means XYG wanna speed up. They wanna accelerate the game. Especially for this kind of composition, it would be really nice if they can end up this game around like 12 minutes.
Yeah,
to
exactly.
15 minutes.
So they're gonna try to be extremely aggressive in the early game. We know that Meng Ya is gonna have the winning lane against Diren, right? Because Meng Ya is one of those heroes that, on its own in a 1v1 against Diren, he might not have any pressure just to clean that wave. So Ping Chen is going to be limited a lot, just over there in the bottom lane.
Yeah.
Zhou Wei is gonna be late for the support, since he's not gonna have the priority in the mid lane.
So due to what you just said, since Meng Ya could be really aggressive when he's doing this laning phase, he can take care of himself by like him alone on the bottom lane. And with the protection provided by Lambert, he can cover Zhao Jun first, get the priority of the mid lane, and then rotate to different lanes. So actually in the early game for XYG, they're gonna be much more proactive.
Much more proactive XYG is going to have to be as we move into game 2. If XYG takes this victory, that's going to put them already in a 2-0 lead.
2-0 lead means a lot. Like, it's not because of after you've in like 2 points deficit, you don't have any heroes to use to help you to gain the win, but more it's because of your psychological states. Because it's gonna like undermine your confidence about, okay, if I'm in such a point deficit, am I really able to turn this around? You're gonna question yourself.
You're gonna start questioning yourself, right? Like, it's very important that you need to be confident about your own skills.
Yeah.
But with this composition, let's wait and see what XYG can do.
Well, for XYG, they need to speed up because their late game isn't that promising. But on the contrary, for Guangzhou.TTG, it doesn't mean like this composition is totally fall behind compared to what their opponents chose. It's more like XYG, they need to slow. It's more like Guangzhou.TTG, they need to slow down.
Yes.
Wait. At least they need to let Zhou Wei, let the Mai Shilanui to have at least like 2 items.
You're gonna have to find the right timing, no? The right time. The timing is gonna be everything in this game, as we have already our KPL qualifiers, round 1, day 2, game 2, Guangzhou.TTG against XYG. You can see a good combination. It's gonna be all flashes for TTG.
Yeah. As for TTG, we said like for this draft, they want to slow down. They don't want to have so many brawls in the early game. So instead of carrying Smite, this time Qing Qing for his Ata chose to do the Flash to help him to gain more possibility, gain more opportunity to initiate the fight and threat the backliner. Okay, let's see. Go for game 2. And I'm so excited to see what Guangzhou.TTG can do, because for this composition, they really need a really nice win to help them to get back into this game.
Let's wait and see what's going to happen as we have a normal 2v2 opening in the mid lane.
Good news for this game. I guess before 4 minutes, no kill's gonna happen. Maybe some harass, maybe some brawls. But due to the damage, wait, no way. I was like, no, you're gonna do that to me? And Kuang Ren, I am
look
a
like
flash,
they're gonna do that to
blood. What?
I just love it. I just love it.
I just like 5 seconds before.
You just said like, there's gonna be no brawls whatsoever.
Oh,
and
come
that's literally
on.
what we're just doing.
Invasion again.
Invasion right over here. Still taking extremely low. Right now it's going to be 1 more kill. It's gonna be Puran that is gonna come here to take the kill. Look
Be
at that.
frozen again.
He takes a double kill.
Ooh. So this gonna be a 1-2 trade. And from this team fight, actually, Guangzhou.TTG gained themselves more time and helped them to be more aggressive. Wow, wait, let's just calm down. For this game, we didn't expect that the first kill is gonna happen in such an early time.
I just love the way that happened.
I feel like they just slapped on my face, you know.
Yeah. They listened to you and they were like, you know what? I'm so sorry, Nora, but
I'm so sorry.
you don't get to decide how the game is played in here.
Like, you don't know me.
All right, let's see. 2 minutes. It's going to be Puran that is going to have the priority right now, right? Like that, the way that the game just started, with those 2 kills, with that double kill in the early game, Puran is going to have a green light right now just to try to put some pressure on Mongya.
And now he's trying. Check the passing route, right?
Yeah.
He first take the blue buff and passing to the red buff. So that also means he's gonna do a lot of backup, do a lot of support to Qianchen, help him to like release the pressure, because for this game, for this composition, especially for the laning phase, Qianchen's gonna be under pressure a lot.
Yeah, and Qianchen needs to be able to get out of there, right? Look at that. Bingchen is going to just go in face first in that bush. Qianchen taking extremely low. Bingchen just really just going face first on that bush, right?
And check the mid lane out
by
Puran. Try to get away, but it seems like a bit difficult. Another kill goes to Xihe.
Tries to get away, but it's going to be useless as he's gonna fall in mid lane. Puran that had a great start, that kill over there is going to slow him down, level things up one more time.
Oh, that's the problem, and things goes a little bit difficult for TTG, and they are looking for Qing flash out to safety, and just, wow, the bottom lane, so fierce.
I'm so sorry, but look at that. It's just Mongya being left on his own, right? And when Mongya is being left on his own, like it's gonna be always Mai Shiranui coming in to try to support. Like we talked about, like Mai Shiranui not having the advantage on the top, on the mid lane, but at the same time, that Lumber was just worried about just taking on Qing on top.
And I guess maybe it's because you see like everyone's chasing after Qing on the top lane. So on the other hand, it also means like TTG knows there's 3 people gathering on the top, which means at least you only got 2 people on the bottom.
Look at that. Qing taking on Kuxie. Kuxie is being taken extremely low, but that mid lane turret, no one is caring about it. Bingchen is gonna have to use his ult. He's going to resurrect. Qianchen has a great place. He's dealing so much damage. No one is being a threat to him.
Ooh, nice cover offered by Kuxie. It's because of Kuxie that blocked away Zhou to come in and do the fatal strike.
No fatal strike was being able to be dealt in there as Zhou September is going to take that turret.
As for this round, it is XYG. Try to use your absence that they know that Zhou is not in that mid, and it's gonna take you some time to like get back to your lane. So they just gather in together and try to take down the mid lane tower, right?
And taking it all the way to half, right? That is very, very dangerous for TTG. In the moment that that turret is going to disappear, then September is going to have green light just to jump in and try to go around and find a place where he can actually be a very big threat for Qianchen.
Yeah. And the mid lane tower really means a lot to Guangzhou.TTG, especially for this composition. You see, XYG, they've got Jing, they've got Mengya, they've got 2 really solid front line, which is Mengtian and Lambert. Once they take down the mid tower, it also means like the whole field, the vision from TTG is going to be wide open to XYG.
Look at that Kuxie, just not caring about the turret's damage. He's taking on everything. He just poking in there. No one dares to come in. This Kuxie's Mengtian just walks anywhere he wants.
Yeah, and that's why we mentioned about first, Mengtian is Kuxie's typical hero. During the Summer Cup, Kuxie uses Mengtian for 13 times and won 9 of it. That's pretty high. That's pretty high.
Not only an OP hero, it is an OP player as well.
Nice one. Double OP, right?
Double OP.
Okay, let's see what he can do, because now Meng Tian with his ultimate, once his ultimate is ready, it's going to be next round, next attacking round for XYG. You see, they really intend to take down the mid tower because they know, like, once they take it down, this is going to be much more easier for them.
And look at that, and they're right now gonna try to go in one more time. Kusia taking extremely low, but it's not gonna be enough. Xin trying to clean there. He's gonna be frozen down. Titan is gonna have to proc his ult. It's going to fall one more time. Look at that. Jin just dealing extremely a lot of damage. TTG is able to protect the turret, but they're going to lose their support.
And this is a 1-0 trade. Such a smooth play by XYG. We already mentioned they're really good at doing those big team fights. Actually, XYG want to initiate the team fight and check the out provided by Zhao Jun. Wait. Again, another round.
Qing overstepping one more time is going to pay with his life. TTG is really trying everything. They're trying to find a big solution for this mid lane pressure. I just think that they just need to let it go right now. They're trying to just slow down, trying to protect that mid lane turret, and they're just falling again and again and again. And that is bad news to them.
Because as for the composition that TTG chose, it's not a wise thing for them to do a big team fight. Another fan, but it was blocked away by Shoudo. Nice cover.
Nice cover, Joey. Just finding straight a good positioning on Shihe. Waited in the bush for the right moment, and then the ambush. Almost taking Shihe down. Look at that, one more time.
It was Ata, it was Qing trying to initiate the fight. But as we've already mentioned, for this composition for TTG, if they really want to do the team fight, every combo should be like do it at once.
They need to find a way how to annihilate Syuto. Like they need to get Syuto out of the formula. With Syuto still there, being online, and with the protection that Lumber can provide to him, that Mongya is going to deal too much damage, and Ata won't be able to survive.
So actually for TTG first, it's better for them just to avoid those 5 versus 5 team fight, right? And another thing would be they should first do the split push to buy themselves more time instead of just like keep trying to do so many things head to head. That's gonna put them in like a really huge disadvantages.
I'm trying to stall a little bit. Stall a little bit, they need to, as right now, we're gonna jump into the 10 minutes mark. Look at that, Direnjia with Imperial. Oh, it's going to be Qing that is going to lock someone, but that someone is gonna be a Meng Tian. He's sucking in so much damage, the man does not care at all. Kus is literally just standing there, taking damage from everyone. And his HP bar is not even in half.
He's fearless. He's just being like standing there and use his ultimate, yelling out loud, soldiers assemble. And he's just become such solid front lane by himself.
Yes, exactly.
Because he's got a troop.
And not only he can take damage, he can deal damage as well. You can see everyone just poking on his HP bar, but not actually joining in to engage. Look at that, Jing is going to proc her all, the mirror's on, and Pinchen's gonna have to repleague. Now that fight for that blue buff, the Armageddon comes in, the blue buff is going to be for September.
He's again shut down all those HP bars. And not be afraid of Yao, not be afraid of Ata. He's going to be invincible right now.
Totally invincible right now, Kusia. That's going to be the biggest problem for TTG. And right now, that is the problem that they need to solve. They need to find a solution on how to get that Kusia out of there.
Yeah.
That's actually one of the reasons why I didn't like that Mai Shiranui being the first pick. If you pick Mai Shiranui first pick, and then I still have Meng Tian, there's nothing you can do to just go around me. The only thing that Kusia needs to do is just to stand in there. Like when you have Mengtian in there, you might want to have a different pick for your mid laner. Probably something like Shi San. That would have been a better pick. Look at that. Joey being spotted. He's gonna use his flash, but it's going to be wide. Killing spree. Jing takes one more kill.
That's quite fatal because he tried to flash back, comboed with skills, tried to do a 1 versus 1 trade, but it was an empty flash that makes XYG. Now they're gonna be just manage their waves and try to take down more and more towers.
And right now, look at that. They've got priority to try to keep pushing. Puran trying to come in through the mid lane. Sihe got his eyes on him, and it's going to be Sioto, the one that is going to start poking on the turret.
Ooh. Things going to be much more easier for XYG right now. They're just going to manage their wave and try to take down those towers and try to restrict TTG behind their high ground towers.
Yeah, of course, it's a domino effect, right? Like, since the beginning when Puran just took the first double kill at the 2 minutes mark, after that, everything has been for XYG. Like the advantage that Kusia has right now, he's got already a 1,300 gold advantage on top of Qingqing. So we know that Mengtian is going to be tankier than Qingqing. We know that Mengtian is going to have more damage than Qingqing. Completely just nullifying the top lane battle.
And there's now a 4,000 gold lead goes to XYG. So as for this composition, things gonna be really easy for them to execute. But the pressure is gonna go to TTG right now because for this composition, they're not really good at cleaning up those minions. Let's check Kuxie just standing there and with the outer private by Ling Meng. They're trying to shred down these enemies' HP bars and trying to take down the mid tower.
Trying to take down the mid turret, they were able to bring it down to 2/3 of its total HP, which was actually positive. It's just gonna be a matter of just coming in wave after wave, trying to really have an eye on what they can do for the turrets. 45 more seconds for the Overlord and 150 seconds for the Tyrant. With that Overlord and the wave management that they could do, it's going to be just a matter of time for the turrets to start falling.
So as TTG now is under pressure, let's check the item board. We can see Mai Shilanui Joey just got his Void Staff.
Void Staff, Scepter of Reverberations, and Savant's Wrath. Right now, Mai Shiranui's damage is online. He just needs to try to find a way how to take that damage around Mengtian.
Oh, such a nice poking damage, such a nice AoE. Just split up those build and check Mengtian, just go right in. Ultimate be forced out and trying to do at the same spot. Defeated Direnjie, and Direnjie has nowhere to go. Just gonna lie down there.
Mengtian is being invincible right now. The man is just taking damage from the crystal, from the turret, from the marksman. And even like that, he's able to take 1 kill. Right now, that Kusie is gigantic.
And they're now trying to force TTG to fight back again. They want to fight. They want to end up this game. Now they're managing their top lanes, trying to push those minions into the crystal. Try to do the fatal strike. Nice flash. Control 3 enemies. And Kuxie just get in with his outflow, all those enemies away. But the minions just been cleaned. But watch out, the mid lane. Another minion wave just comes in. Head to the crystal. Head to the victory. Game 2 goes to XYG.
XYG taking a second victory. Congratulations, they had that one last push. Taking the turrets at the same time as they're taking the crystal, taking the fights, taking the victory.
Oh, such a beautiful game.
Such a beautiful game indeed. That was really, really, really nice to watch. They were able to come in even after TTG just took on the blue side, right?
Yeah.
TTG took the blue side. They had the ability to choose the heroes that they wanted to play. And XYG was just better at just finding solutions. 2-0 puts TTG right now back in the dressing room thinking about what's going on.
What's going on? Well, to my perspective.
Yes, go ahead.
But to be honest, actually it's not about the draft. It's not that much about the hero pool. it just makes me feel like it's all about the condition. Once again, it's more about the condition because, like in my perspective,
of course.
in both of the coaches' mind, in this meta, Mai Xiaonui is going to be the most meta pick, the most OP one. So that's going to be a little bit question left for whether you're going to do it at the first round pick or not. But moreover, it's more because like TTG is not execute that thoroughly. You know?
Yes.
They don't have that power to just end up or lead the game. And that's going to be the biggest problem.
But you get Mai Xiaonui as being first pick, and then you have so many options just to counter that, right?
Yeah.
Like you are in blue, you have the blue side's first pick. And that pick shouldn't have been Mai Xiaonui. That first pick should have been Monkian. If you take a Monkian and then the other team does not take Mai Xiaonui, you still have the option to come and take it in your second round of picks. But just going on with that Mai Xiaonui, just, okay, you're going to leave Monkian on the table. Okay, I'm going to take it. I am sure that right now, they're just going to keep banning that Monkian, not giving the opportunity for TTG to actually take it.
So for TTG, especially for Game 3, after they've got 2 points deficit, the most important thing would be first cheer up. Don't lose your confidence. That's going to be the most important thing for them to do right now. And second, maybe they could show more priority on Qingqing, because once if they chose the red side, they got Aguduo plus Ma Chao, and that's going to be a really nice composition.
They have given a priority to Qingqing. Like they gave him his Ata, and Qingqing on Ata has a 75% win rate. Like they already gave him the priority. They already said like, okay, let's play this Ata, and then let's just give all the gold to our jungler. But it doesn't seem to be working. I don't think that giving more priority to Qingqing might be the answer. Well, let's wait and see. XYG Kuxie is going to take the MVP with a damage of 23%, damage taken of 32%, and dying 0 times. That man was invincible in this game.
And such a beautiful data. For this game, we can see like how brave he is. It's nothing to be worried about for Kuxie, right? It's
Nothing.
just gonna be fearless. Like, I've got 4 men. What about you? I've got the troop. I'm the general.
Like he was completely online. Just look at the way. Every single time that he procced his ult, look at that. He's not moving. The man is just standing there.
And
like there's no rotation whatsoever. He just stands and pokes, stand and poke, stand and poke, and not dying whatsoever.
Because, wow, for the composition that goes to TTG, it's gonna be a little hard for them to deal with Mengtian.
Yeah.
There's no way. Except the out provided by Direnjie, the gold token.
Yeah, exactly.
Just target at Kuxie and deal constantly damage. But it seems like, especially like for the last team fight, Kuxie is just gonna initiate the team fight.
Yeah, of course.
Bro, you're looking for me? I'm the one looking for you.
Everyone just trying to find him, and like like it should have been the other way around. If I saw that the man was there, I'm just actually going around. You're here, okay? I'm just keep going on your own. I'm not gonna be playing with you again.
True.
2-0 for XYG right now. Guangzhou.TTG just being put on their back heel. 2 losses in a row. Nobody was expecting that, and nobody was expecting that this second match was gonna be all that one-sided.
That's the key point. No one expected that the game 2, for the game 2, especially they took out such a OP pick.
Yep.
Even though they pick it at the same, like the first pick. But after all, it's a really aggressive composition, right?
Yeah.
So we didn't expect like for game 2, it would end up in that kind of way, because like it seems like XYG just led that game.
XYG just took control of the game since the beginning, right? Like there was no opportunity whatsoever just for TTG to try to take the reins of this game.
Yeah.
But well, game 3 is gonna come very soon. We need to expect we need to be looking forward to what TTG can do. TTG is a team that has been making it very, very, very far in all the tournaments already for a while. We know the quality of their players. We know this, and we're just expecting a little bit more from their mechanics whenever that they are in these fights.
So we are looking forward to the next game and just see like how fast they can recover from that deficit, from that defeat.
Yes, exactly. I don't think that their bottom lane has been a very big problem. In this moment, it was just Mongya trying to face on Direnjie that Direnjie did not have an opportunity since the beginning. Well, now game 3 is on its way. Game 2 is already done. Let's have a little break and we'll be back online. We're live from Shenzhen, China. Here is the KPL qualifiers, round 1, day 2. Game between Guangzhou.TTG and XYG. XYG right now leading 2-0 against all expectations.
And for XYG, there's only one game. If they won it, they're gonna get the match point.
Yeah, exactly. If it goes to 3-0, I think that there's no coming back from TTG. I'm so
Yeah.
sorry. I'm just gonna be very straightforward. It's very difficult in this meta just to try to come back from a 3-0. Whenever that you get to 3-0, it's either gonna finish 4-1 or it's going to finish 4-2. But it's rare that it's gonna end up 3-4.
It's pretty rare. It's just few times happened.
Yeah.
Like during the past of our histories in KPL region, it's pretty rare, only few times. So it's going to be really hard for them to achieve once they let their opponents to get 3 points to get the match point. So things going to be a little bit tricky.
Winning this game is going to be critical, right? Just being able to just in this game 3 just to stop XYG is going to be critical for TTG because believe me, they do not want to go to round 2.
Yeah.
It is true that they have an extra life, but going to round 2, that's 10 teams.
That's 10 teams.
Yeah.
And we all know, like, if you go to round 2, you're gonna compete with all those teams from KPL region again, and you'll go for best of 1, which gonna be, who knows what's gonna happen.
Who knows what can happen at best of 1? Like there's nothing that you can predict about that.
Yeah.
It's a best of 1. It's just like you use whatever that you can get your hands on, and then just put it in there. Look at that global ban pick. Already a lot of meta picks have been used by Guangzhou.TTG. And they have not been able to take a victory yet.
Because we can see like they already used Lam, they already used Gong Sun Li, they already used Mai Shiranui. That's gonna make a problem. Like for this turn, Da Qiao's still outside and Da Qiao still open. So if TTG on the red side gonna block away Da Qiao, that also means there's a chance for XYG to get neither Lan or Gong Sun Li.
Look at that XYG directly just banning that Mengtian. You left it out there, you didn't want it, I took it, I won, and right now we won't be able to see anything from that Mengtian anymore. I think that even if the Da Qiao strategy would be out there, I think that XYG would allow TTG to try to go for it. TTG does not have a very good record with that Da Qiao strategy. And they're gonna have to ban it away, not allowing XYG to take it. And it's going to be Kai, the option that they'll take for the jungler.
If they took Kai, that also means it's gonna be like there's possibility for XYG to take Guang Yu paired with Kai. Because if they paired up in such like composition, that's gonna allow XYG to be really aggressive and to be like really initiative to do the team fight.
Now just to try to take the initiative out of the game, right? Like look at that. You called it on Guang Yu, and Guang Yu seems is going to be the option for Kuxie in this game. On the other side, we're gonna have a Chanfei Yukio Tachibana strategy, which we know is just very early game. Just Yukio Tachibana being one of the junglers that can actually protect his resources in the first 4 minutes of the game.
Oh, that's something that you just mentioned. Because if Yukio Tachibana is such an early game hero, once the game just go to the late game, Tachibana is gonna be useless. So I was wondering, maybe Guangzhou.TTG try to speed up, try to do like, okay, then we're gonna shut down XYG in the early game. We're gonna pair up with like Wang Ya or something else, but they chose Kang Sun Yu, which could be another story.
But you see, and then that just shows to me that they're trying to think about the late game, right? They're just thinking about Yukio Tachibana just to seal the early game and then Kang Sun Yu for the late game. Now, let's see if XYG is going to give them the opportunity to make it to the late game.
Because for XYG, if they already chose Gong Sun Li as a winning bottom lane, and also they got the priority to initiate the team fight, once they got a really strong meta pick for the mid, they're going to be really aggressive and proactive.
There are multiple options in mid lane that they could use, right? Even though Guangzhou.TTG has been just directly countering that mid lane. They just counter with Mai Shiranui and Shi San and Yixing, not allowing any of those to be there. There's still a couple options that XYG could use.
Wow, I'm gonna go it bold. Well, Liu Meng chose 上官. Yeah, to myself, it's gonna be a little bit risky, but it's gonna fully like speed up. It's the same thing. Like Gan Jiang and Shang Guan, they can do burst damage to Wu Zetian and also to Consort Yu.
Yeah.
And Wu Zetian, because once Wu Zetian's using his skills, he's gonna be just stand there. She's gonna be just stand there.
Yes.
And to like unleash those big balls. And for Consort Yu, her second skill allowed her to block away all those physical damage, but not magical one.
Well, Wu Zetian is going to be a great hero in order to initiate, right? Like her ultimate is going to allow her such a long range of initiation.
And it's more about like AoE control.
Yes.
Especially paired up with Zhang Fei. So actually the order, to me, in my perspective, it would be like first Zhang Fei gonna do it, and then just follow up by Wu Zetian's out.
Let's wait and see. Ma Chao is going to be the option for TTG. Qingqing's Ma Chao. You've been telling me so much about this Qingqing's Ma Chao that my expectations towards this hero right now are so high.
You know, like in my, I feel a little bit like worried about Guangzhou.TTG because once in that break, right?
Yeah.
In that small short break, I was feeling like once TTG chose to be the red position, maybe they won't go for Ma Chao pair with Akudo or pair with something else. Not like Ma Chao pair with Ukyo Tachibana, with Wu Zetian, with Consort Yu. That's like a sort of weird. It's not like a really current or really usual composition, and to this composition it also means like the gold. Who's gonna take the gold?
Yeah, exactly. Like who's supposed to be in here the core?
Who's gonna be the core? Because there's too many heroes that need to farm up, need items, because they're all item dependent, right?
Yes.
For Wu Zetian, at least she need to do it with like 2 items. As for Consort Yu, just leave it. Like she's gonna be like be useful in the late game.
Yeah,
and for Ma Chao, they need to prioritize Ma Chao's farming up.
So they're thinking about just like something balanced. But at the same time, whenever that you balance things too much, like who's going to take the lead? Someone needs to be able to take the lead. Someone needs to be the main source of damage. Yeah. Someone needs to be the one with the most items, with the lead. You need to have one specific core. But I don't feel like in this composition, yes, it is balanced. There is not one point of the spear. There needs to be a point of the spear that is the one that is going to be at the front. I cannot spot anyone right now.
It just gives me a feeling like TTG really want to gain for this point because they know like how important it is. But it just feels like they're gonna be a little bit too greedy. Like they want this, they want that, but
they want everything.
If they want everything, especially in our qualifier, these two teams are already know each other very well. That's gonna be a little bit risky because the gold share gonna be a huge problem. But let's just wait and see because they do have their own reason to choose such composition, and we just need to wait and see if they can use this unusual composition to gain a victory for them.
Let's wait and see as right now we move on to game 3. XYG could take this game 3 and get the match point, or TTG could start just taking things around with this very, very uncommon composition.
Yeah. Well, if they want to do it, first TTG need to farm up first. They don't want a little brawls to happen. First of all, they need to ensure that Qingqing is going to be really comfortable and safe.
Yes, Qingqing needs to be able to have items, right? That Ma Chao needs to have items for him to be able to have some damage. He needs to be able to have an advantage on his lane for him to actually be online.
And in this game, Qingqing is going to be really, how can I put it, like purposive. Like he need to know like the only target he need to face is just Ganjiang Moyi, it's just Ling Meng.
Yeah, it's just gonna be that Ling Meng. Look at that, so many people just being taken in middle. Zico is gonna have to proc his flash, and it's going to be a 2-0 trade for TTG.
Such a nice combo. Well, if you check this, bro, actually, TTG get invade into the opponent's field in advance and try to just harass a lot. And with Joey's combo followed up, it gained them a 2-kill lead.
Well, that's really good news for TTG.
Yeah.
They really needed this kind of opening because, believe me, as the time goes, in the mid game, they might not have that big of an advantage. So this is good news for them. Let's see what they're going to be able to do with it.
First, we can see like there's 2 members from XYG is in the blue buff field.
Yeah.
They try to fight back, but as we can see, Kai and also Donghuang Taiyi, they're not that mobile, right? They don't have like much flexibility.
Yes, and then Donghuang Taiyi before level 4 is actually not that useful. He's not one of those supports that in the first 2 minutes, 3 minutes allows you to do many things.
Yeah.
Look at that, before the level 4, before his ultimate is going to be online, Donghuang Taiyi cannot do much.
Well, for XYG, the first chance for them are gonna be after Shi upgrade to level 4.
Yes, let's
As
wait
long
and
as
see.
he got his out, they're gonna be proactive. There it is.
Look at that, the second blue buff is going to be on. It's going to be 3-4 people of TTG coming in to try to take attention. He's going to have to proc his ult to be able to run away. Now Kusi is trying to move from behind, but Puran's trying to lock someone. The Forsaken contract comes in, and Yukio Tachibana is going to fall. It's going to be a 1v1 trade, but it's going to be a support for a jungler.
It seems like though TTG was the one who wanted to initiate this brawl, but like XYG really did a nice pushback.
Yes.
Especially you check Shi he just hold off, wait, check the bottom lane,
1v1, look at that!
Oh, but another basic kill just got in by XYG, Limo, such a nice backup.
Tiancheng wins the 1v1, but then Lin Meng with the Ganjing and Moye coming in and dealing the burst damage, taking him away. A 1v1 trade, but we just love the way how Tiancheng just took on that solo fight.
Yeah, because he was like doing his best.
Yes.
But we need to admit, like, Tiancheng also did a really nice job, and he didn't expect, like, whoa, Ganjiang's gonna be there,
Look at
especially in that bushes.
That's the thing, like Xiutou procs his frenzy at the moment that Tiancheng still had his second ability on. And we know that Yuji's ability allows her to have to be immune to that physical damage.
Yeah, and you know, that's the one that I want to highlight, because she would only be available to immune for maybe like 0.3 seconds.
Yes.
And he just used that immune to avoid the backup provided by Xiutou again.
Oh, look at that! One more time! The damage is not going to be lethal, but it's going to be a counter-attack for TTG. It's going to be XYG that is going to lose 3 people as we have Puran locked down.
Triple kill goes to Qing Qing. That's why we hold such a high expectation to Qing Qing's Ma Chao. And in such a weird composition, TTG just used it, fully used it, and let Qing Qing to lead this game.
Look at that, the invasion one more time. I love how Sihe was just waiting just to lock in Puran.
Yeah.
But as he locks in, then we don't have enough damage coming in just to try to take Puran down out of the fight. And when Ma Chao arrives, it's just an open space for him just to take any single kill he wanted.
So actually, like one thing of note that you mentioned, like once Xihe suppressed someone, but there's no burst damage, it was because Lin Meng was distracted by other opponents. They're not like focusing on one certain target. So once the damage was split up and was put into so many different targets, there won't be enough damage supported like by XYG to deal that burst damage.
Yeah, look at that. Game 3 right now, it's looking amazing for TTG right now. They've got 6,000 gold advantage. It's only 6 minutes in the game. Let's wait and see what they can do with that.
And with this 6,000 goal lead, also means like the goal sharing won't be a huge problem to TTG right now because there always be advantages.
Yeah, exactly. Right now, if you have an absolute advantage, the previous question that we had was like, who's going to be the core in here, right? Who is going to be taking most of the resources? But when you are rich like this and you have so much gold, you don't need to share nothing with no one.
Like from now on, it's gonna be a family business.
It's gonna be a family business. I like that. Make the family rich.
Yeah. Once the family's rich, everyone's gonna be rich.
Look at that, Machao. Mid lane, Xin just being able to push everyone back. Both mid and top tier 2 turrets are going to fall.
So the problem's going to be put on XYG right now. The pressure is going to be put on XYG right now. Well, the thing that they need to do, they need to execute from this specific time will be once Xi uses his ult to suppress someone, Ling Meng need to use his ult, need to use his second and third skill to do that burst damage, to do the follow-up.
I think that was the problem in the previous fight. I think that Ling Meng's abilities were not all on target.
Yeah,
like
he was distracted.
If Ling Meng's abilities would have been all on target, there's no way that Buran could have survived.
True.
Or pressed down, like pressed down and they just being locked in. With a full second and third ability from Ganja and Moye would have been just enough to take him.
Yeah. And for XYG, one thing that they did great was like for Xi he really like hold up. Don't be that rush, right?
Yes.
Wait you to make mistake or wait you. After you come in and then I suppress you. Followed by that burst damage dealt by Ling Meng. It's gonna just buy them more time.
Look at that, Ping Chen's gonna proc his ult, the turret is gonna be taken into half. Chen Chen is gonna proc his second ability, allowing him to run away with his life. Kujie cannot find a place where to jump into the fight, and that bottom lane turret is gonna be taken to half.
It's a pushback by XYG. We see like TTG really try to hurry up. They really try to like speed up. It's quite different from the first game that we saw, right? Like in the first game, they're just like slow down and try to secure the position. But in this game, in this position, TTG just need to end up this game as long as they got the goal lead.
Yeah, exactly, and even if they wouldn't be able to finish it in the next 2 or 3 minutes, the advantage they have right now would allow them to not only have a Qiancheng with the Concert U damage online, but Buran and Xin will be threats as well.
Yeah. Like for TTG, they do have like a damage gap in the next like 5 minutes. Because like Qiancheng is not that fully decked out, and Qiancheng really need the timing to get in, and the ultimate offered by Xi gonna be a really huge threat to him.
In that story about how Qiancheng is gonna need items, the Shadow Ripper is going to be on. That's going to allow him to have a lot more critical damage.
True. And for XYG, now Kuxie is gonna take the responsibility. He needs to try to sneak to the rear of his opponent and try to do something to split up the battlefield.
Of course, but then if you have Zhou Wei with the Wu Zetian, the absolute power, the ultimate ability by Wu Zetian would allow her, in the moment that they see that Kuxie is showing up from behind, that she just needs to proc her ult, and that's going to slow down Kuxie.
Yeah.
And we know that Guang Yu needs to be always on the run.
Yeah.
If Guang Yu is not on the run, his abilities are not going to be, his power bar is not going to be full. With no full power bar, the abilities cannot be actually dealt.
Like, to be more specific, for Guang Yu, for this hero, wait.
The Howling Emblem broke with the flash. She had really wanted to go in for that kill, right?
Yeah, and
he was a man with a mission in there.
Overlord has been defeated.
Okay, back on track. We were talking about Guang Yu, right? And
Yes.
we can give a little bit more like introduction to you guys, since you might not be that familiar with this hero. You can see like there's an energy bar below the HP bar, right?
Yeah.
The yellow one. That also means like for Guang Yu, this hero, he has 2 different forms. once he's like in that charge stance, he's gonna be able to enhance his skills damage and try to do like more control skills to knock back his enemies.
Look at that. I love how Machao right now, his only job is to find Guang Yu's position.
That's crucial.
That is the only thing that Xin needs to do right now.
Yeah.
He just needs to find he just needs to find Guang Yu's position, just providing the vision and just letting everyone just push forward. Look at that. Pinchan is going to proc his Ganjang and Moya is going to disappear from the map. That turret is going to fall.
Ooh, nice out! And now we can see TTG trying to end up because they got 2 vanguards on the top lane. See what XYG can do. Only Kai tried to keep his eyes on those vanguards, but he was defeated by Wu Q Touch Pena. And here Guang Yu comes in, steps in, tries to do more kills. But this useless double kill goes to use Q Touch Pena. And this game, game 3, goes to Guangzhou.TTG. Nice one.
Guangzhou.TTG turning things around, making the dub for game 3, and that's going to be good for them because XYG was just completely stopped in this game. Nothing they could have done. Everything was done for TTG. Congratulations.
And I feel so happy for Guangzhou.TTG. One reason is because once they use composition like this, and they try to figure it out, they really well executed this strategy. That will gain them more confidence because it's quite unusual. You need to admit that, right? The composition is quite risky, but they did it, and that's gonna cheer them up.
Well, whenever that you are in a problem where you don't know exactly how to solve it with your strategies, you need to solve it by pure skill. And that's exactly what Xin just did.
Yeah.
He just solved the problem of like, okay, I don't know what the team needs to do. I don't know what we need to do as a composition. I'm just gonna carry everyone. He just said like, you know what? Jump in, let me carry you.
Bet on me. I would just be like fearless. And that's the key point, right? After the triple kill that Xin done, it's not even goes to the mid. I guess it was like around 6 minutes. And that
was very early in the game. Very early in the game.
And that triple kill allowed TTG to be rich.
Yeah, of course.
Like no need to worry about the money. No need to worry about the gold sharing. They just go for it and try to end the game in such a great, fast pace.
Yeah, it was in a very nice fashion that TTG just took control of this game. We mentioned how XYG had a very nice composition. We did not understand most of the TTG combo at the beginning with the ban and pick. I was the first one just being very hesitant about like, okay, I did not understand how that Wu Zetian was going to be played, but it was very clear. Wu Zetian was going to not only just check on Guang Yu, it was going to allow the initiation, and it was going to be Xin Machao, the one that was going to just push Guang Yu back.
Yeah.
Just being able to win that fight was very critical for them to actually make this strategy work.
And one thing that also surprised me a lot was that you can see like after TTG gains the advantages, they really try to shut their opponents down.
Yeah.
Especially that was like about 8 minutes. And it's quite crucial for this team to do it, especially they got 2 points deficit.
Yes.
And after this one, I guess the play is going to be reset.
Yeah, they're pretty decisive, right? Like, they just made their minds about what they needed to do, and they just went for it. They knew that it was either 2-1 or 3-0, and they knew that there was no coming back from that 3-0. So, putting all in. They were all chips in, pushed it in, went for it.
Yeah.
Very well done. Good, very good performance by TTG.
Wow, and this one actually makes our matchup, makes today's event to be unpredictable right now.
Yes, things are going to be very unpredictable as right now. Let us keep an eye on who is going to take the MVP. Is going to be Joey from TTG.
See the damage taken. It's quite low, 10%. Yeah. It also means like TTG is gonna like lead this game. There's not much threaten that's gonna keep Joey away.
Exactly, and a hero like Wu Zetian, right? Like Wu Zetian, a very interesting hero. The ultimate is a very strong tool, a very strong weapon that you can have for your advantage. Let's wait and see. Like, look at just Joey's position. Like, he just needs to be alive and then just proc his ult in the right moment. Right over there. Boom. Controls Ganjang and Moye, not allowing him to be able to counterattack Puran. That was the opening that TTG needed just to win this fight.
That's quite important because without the burst damage dealt by Ganjiao Moye, even Xihe suppress someone, it's not enough for them to take one down at the beginning of the team fight.
Yes, exactly. Look at that. Everyone right now looking TTG, just looking a little bit happier, right? Not that stressed out. Right now, everyone is going to be a little bit more calmed down because they know that they still have some hope. They still have the opportunity to turn things around. It's all 2-1 right now. It's completely different.
This win is going to be such a relief, especially for Guangzhou.TTG. And like the meaning of this win is not only about like they got 1 point back. It's more about, it seems like they have already let themselves just let it out, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Don't be afraid.
Don't be afraid. Like at the beginning, the first 2 games were not the best for them, but then this third one just reminded us that we're talking about Guangzhou.TTG, right? Guangzhou.TTG, one of the top teams in our KPL region. So Guangzhou.TTG totally just hitting the table, telling us you better respect because we're still alive.
Yeah, we are not out of this game. We still have got chance. As we like already mentioned it again and again, we're doing best of 7. And it's only the game 3.
It's only game 3. As we move into game 4 and game 5, you'll be able to see a lot of compositions with most of those meta picks are gonna have to be out there. I imagine that the Tachao composition is going to be available, as well as we're gonna have both Master Lupin with Lupin number 7 being available as well, a composition that it's going to deal so much damage.
Yeah, that father and son's composition gonna be the most popular one for both teams to vying for.
Yes, exactly. Well, what about if we just kind of like step back, check on the highlights, and we really need to just pay attention to all the different heroes and how to use them, because in this game, we saw how Wu Zetian can be used in a very, very effective way just to counter your opponents.
Yeah, and actually I'm pretty surprised about the appearance of Wu Zetian, because Wu Zetian was not that popular and not that common during the past series. But in this meta, in our like Honor of Kings International Championship, it seems like Wu Zetian's appearance is gonna be like higher and higher.
It's gonna become a more common hero to play, right? I hope to see that because I love playing Wu Zetian.
Ah, me too. I was like, I want to see that.
Wu Zetian is such a fun hero to play. Right?
Yeah,
it just allows you just to, as long as you're alive, you're part of the game.
Yeah.
Because your option is just to proc your ult. Wait for the right moment, proc your ult, and then communicate with your teammates. After that, just sit in the back seat and then just see how your back laners are just completely going to devastate the other team.
It feels like even I'm not doing those melee, I'm not those melee heroes. I'm just gonna do it like as long range, and it feels like I'm gonna control all of those members, 9 of them. On this battlefield. And so Wu Zetian is quite an interesting hero for you guys to have a try. Promise you, it's really fun.
It is a really fun hero indeed. Well, now let's come on again. Let's watch a little bit of the highlights from this last game. Let's see that XYG right over there. Just that fight over there was just incredible.
Yeah.
It was really super important for them to really just take control of what was happening in there. Like early game advantage, it's always key. It's always an extreme factor. Just being able to allow your top laners, to allow your bottom laners just to have that little advantage is super important since the early game.
Especially for those experienced teams, every little advantages could be put into huge gap, huge goal lead, huge vision control. So that's going to be really crucial.
All right, 2v1 right now, still for XYG. Let's have a little break and let's come back to see game 4. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are ready to go into our game 4. This is gonna be a really nice one because right now XYG's lead from 2-0 just moved into a 2-1.
Yeah, it's only 1 point for XYG to reach the match point. On the other hand, if TTG got this game 1, they're gonna even up the score.
Okay, now let's go back into what is going to happen. Let's see exactly how the coaches, how the players are gonna try to either level this game to 2-2 or giving XYG the opportunity one more time to try to take the match point.
Or if TTG got this game 1, things gonna be really interesting because there's gonna be a tie score and the play is gonna be reset. On the other hand, that's gonna be a huge burden to XYG because during the hero pool or the composition, actually XYG compared to TTG, they are not like that. How can I put it? Like they are more good at playing in certain compositions rather than like they get like a huge, gigantic hero pool.
Okay, so you would say that XYG might have like very strong heroes, so it would make them like their hero pool would be pretty deep, but it wouldn't be that wide.
That's it. Like they have certain heroes to help them to get the goal.
Yeah.
But compared to TTG, like TTG is gonna be a little bit more all around.
Okay, TTG's players have a lot more experience than the XYG players, that is for sure. That is something that we know that for sure, that the TTG players have seen more finals, the TTG players have seen a lot more games. So let's wait and see if that experience can actually be solidified into an advantage for them during this very crucial game.
Yeah, like speaking to the achievements, speaking to the past stories for Guangzhou.TTG, actually during the 2021, all of those tournaments, all of those events, they won 3 times for the runner-ups. Like they've got into the finals, but for 3 times, they only got the 2nd place, which is a huge pity.
2021 KPL Spring 2nd place, 2021 KPL Autumn 2nd place, 2021 Honor of Kings Challenger Cup 2nd place.
And on the other hand, you can see how they are desire to have a champion in their hand.
They really want to have that champion in their hands, right? And it's in these kind of games where they need to start showing that they've learned from their mistakes, right? Because whenever that you are very strong and you make it to so many finals, and for some reason you're not being able to seal the deal in those finals, you need to start thinking a little bit more about like, what is happening? What do we need to do to be able to make that step?
What's the missing part?
What's the
What's the
missing part?
fact?
Exactly. Now let's see XYG and Guangzhou.TTG. XYG is going to take on the blue side, and Guangzhou.TTG is going to choose to still go to the red side.
And as for the blue side, as for XYG, they got pretty obvious to aim it at Qingqing, right? Meng Tian plus Guang Yu.
Exactly. Yeah, I'm not going to give you that Meng Tian, I'm not going to give you that Guang Yu. I did not see that happening all the way until Game 5 or Game 6. But is Guangzhou.TTG going to be able to push it to Game 6? Who knows?
My Shiranui, as I've mentioning, a lot of coaches' mind, my Shiranui is considered as one of the best pick, one of the most like meta pick, especially for the majors.
Okay.
Oh, Yixing, that also left a question for whether they're going to take Yu Bu to pair up with Yixing or not.
Now, Yixing is a very flexible pick, right? Like Yixing, you can actually put it together with so many different heroes. Because Yixing's ultimate, its ability to kind of cage in your opponents allows you to just, if you're able to put your ultimate into most of your opponents, it just allows them, it does not leave them anywhere to run away.
Yeah. As we were like speaking about, if you're doing band pick, you're just like playing chess. And that's exactly what Yixing does. The ultimate he showed is just a huge chessboard. It's gonna lock all those enemies in his big chessboard and won't let them go. Okay, let's check the rest of the picks. And we can see, actually, TTG is trying to get the Luban paired with Luban Dashi, I guess. Luban number 7 paired up with Luban.
Let's wait and see. If that is going to happen, it needs to be picked right now.
Yeah.
Like that Luban number 7 needs to be the next pick for TTG, or else XYG might just ban it in the next round.
But one thing might bother them is because as XYG already picked Yixing and Lam in advance, gonna be a huge threat to Luban number 7 if TTG wanted. So instead, they chose Lianpo.
Lianpo. So it means that we're gonna have Master Luban playing support and Lianpo just playing on top lane. Lianpo on top lane against Xiahou Dun. What do you think about that clash?
50-50, I'll give it.
It's a 50-50, no?
For those like melee heroes, they won't like spend a lot of time to just like fight with each other. More important, they need to go to, like they need to rotate, they need to roll into other lanes and gain more visions to their team members.
So Lianpo is going to be able to very quickly just clean the wave a little bit faster than what Xiahou Dun could do, that's for sure. And then just quickly just rotate and try to support whoever hero that they choose to play for jungler.
Yeah, and you see what Qian Chen just chose is exactly that one that I want to mention about, because Li Yuanfang is also going to be a really great partner to pair up with Lu Ban, because like Li Yuanfang is by himself, he's mobile, like he's got one flash and also another multi-ability provided by his second skill, so he's able to take care of himself, and also the passive that he had gonna allow him to spot his enemies even he don't have their visions.
So at the end of the day, Master Lupan is not going to be that much necessary at the beginning just for Li Yuanfang, for Fan to be able to survive, but it's going to be more of that's a lot of very nice initiation strategies, initiation options from the side of Guangzhou.TTG.
True. So actually, Guangzhou.TTG, especially after they picked out Lanling Wang, Princess Lanling, as their jungler, okay, they changed it. Anyway, Jing.
They have to change it. Prince of Lanling might not have enough damage for him to be able to really be an important player in this combo.
Well, if they chose Prince of Lanling, it's because maybe they want to do more burst damage, because if we check the composition that XYG just showed, it's a typical one core, right?
Yes.
A single core. Everything lean on Garo.
Everything is going to depend on Garo, which is a very big bet.
True.
Because Garo's damage is going to be more of a mid-game, late-game kind of hero. So in the first stages, in the laning stages of the game, it's going to be open season for Jing and open season for Shen Mengxi just to come down and completely try to target on Garo.
They can target on Garo, and also they can target on Lam, like both of them. For Garo, XYG need to lane on Garo to farm up and like let them to do the constant damage. So what about the mid game? What about the early game? They need to rely on Lam. So Lam gonna be the first target that's gonna undertake the responsibility about taking those damages.
Yeah, exactly. But TTG has shown us that they're really good at the invasion game.
True.
Like TTG just in the invasion game, they might not allow Lam just to have an easy opening of the game. So that early game as well is going to be very difficult for XYG.
Yeah.
Well, let's wait and see. I can see the initiation from TTG. I don't see a clear initiation from XYG.
Well, XYG, maybe they would be a little bit more reactive, and it's more like, if you want me, if you want to initiate the team fight, I'm gonna see the chance and fight back.
Will arrive in 5 seconds.
They're gonna have to play that, because right now their initiation is going to depend completely on what Xiahou Dun can do. So Kuxie is going to have most of the pressure to initiate the fights. As we can see, TTG has multiple options instead.
Yeah, let's wait and see, because we all know like this one single point is very critical to both of the teams.
It's going to be critical. Look at that. Xi He and Xiu Dou taking Binchen really low, forcing him to go back. As Xiu Dou is going to come into the mid lane just to take the first wave and probably the second wave as well.
Yeah, if let Garo to do the mid lane first, is allow XYG to guard their early game to earn more time for September to farm up.
September is going to have to farm up. He's going to come in and take on the Sprite and probably on the wave. As we can see, Qin is going to have to proc his slash to run away. And look at that, it's going to be XYG, the one making the invasion. Puran is going to have to try to use his might. It's not successful, as that red buff is going to go for September.
It was such a smart movement done by XYG, because why they are ambushing in that bush is because they already foresee Qin is gonna go down to the mid to gain the vision for TTG. So that's why XYG did one step further, like in advance. They just ambush in that bushes and shut down the HP for Qin and gain the priority for them.
Gain the priority, look at that. Lam knows that he's going to be critical for XYG. So right now in these first 2 minutes, he does not engage in no fights. The man is just in a farming stage. He is just bulking up because he knows he's gonna have to carry most of the team.
Yeah. Let's see, Chen Chen gonna be so brave because once he saw like Garrow's out of mana, he tried to like do some poking and even do some burst damage on Shoudou.
And Limon was the one had to completely shoulder all that damage. One more time, a 3v1 suppression right over here on bottom lane. Shoudou is going to be under pressure for such a long time.
Yeah.
It's gonna be a high stress game for him.
At least I guess it's gonna be 10 minutes pressure.
Yeah, exactly.
So he's just gonna hide in after the bottom tower and try to just clean the wave and mission complete. No more things. Do not try to do like extra things. It's more like the pressure is now to Guangzhou.TTG because they try to hold off the farming up by September, but it seems like a little bit wet just done.
Yeah, it's not being extremely successful, right? Like I can see Puran and September, both of them already level 6. Puran does not have a very clear level advantage compared to September, which is exactly what you would want to do. September is just having completely, he's finding openings anywhere.
Yeah.
Like every time that he sees a minion wave, he's really going for it. Regardless of whoever's money this is going to be, like he's really gonna be just taking all resources from all his team.
If you wanna like play those jungler heroes like Lam or like Jin, you need to be greedy, you know. You need to like take everything.
They're core. They're core, right? Like the spotlight is on them.
Yeah.
Like, I'm so sorry if the spotlight is on me. It's the best for the team for you to give me your money. Look at that, Puran is being launched on air as he was gonna be ganked on a 2v1, but look at that, move in our eyes. Back to bottom lane one more time, a 4v2. Gyro won't be able to protect that turret. That is going to be for TTG.
And TTG precisely see the exact moment after 4 minutes. They're just gathering together, 4 people, try to put Gyro under pressure. Because once it get into 4-minute mark, the protection provided by the tower is gonna disappear.
Exactly, that was 30 seconds ago. That's a great understanding of the game, of the rules, of the timing for sure.
Yeah, and for XYG, you see they did a tower trade, like 1v1 tower trade.
1v1 tower trades are super important, no? Like it's alright if you lose your bottom lane turret, as long as you trade it for something. If you can trade it for a top lane turret, I can live with that.
Yeah.
The problem is when you just don't trade it with anything. That is just not good news for you. It's just bad management.
Yeah. The good news for XYG is like, even now, wait.
Oh, look at that, Limon being taken extremely low. He's gonna still be able to proc his ult. It's going to be Kushi that is gonna try to jump in. He's gonna fall, but September comes in and takes a couple kills. It's gonna be a 2v2 trade for both teams.
For this 2v2 trade, actually both of the teams just trying to gain the priority, gain the vision of the mid, and then suddenly the brawl just began.
I could take that for an XYG win, right? Because look at that Ping Chen, he doesn't want to start yet. Lamb's gonna be taken extremely low. Ping Chen's gonna proc his ult. Right now it's gonna be September. Ping Chen's gonna be taking so much damage from the turret. Stun Jing is going to be as Xiao Tun jumps in, joins the fight, and takes the victory for XYG.
Such a nice movement by XYG, but you need to admit that Puran's gonna be a little bit risky. And he actually hazarded into that top tower, because without the ult, you can see he already used the ultimate.
Yeah, exactly. If you already used your ult, you know that against that September, it's not going to be the best.
Yeah.
He comes in and he re-heals a little bit. And sadly for them, they overstepped a little bit too much, allowing September to survive and Xiao Tun to take the kill.
Yeah, and you can see like September already got a level lead and also maybe definitely gonna have a gold lead.
Yes, exactly. Axe of Torment, the latest item that he was able to build.
Yeah, I can see 1,000 gold lead. Wow, that's gonna be a problem on Jing.
It's already a 1,400 lead. Look at that. Taking on Pinch and taking extremely low. 3v1, jump in, taking one more kill. Cementing a little bit their advantage. XYG does not want to let this game go.
It seems like XYG really showed. Oh, wait. We can see where Xiaoho's
Oh, Puran is just being spotted in the back line. Kuxia is trying to jump in. It's not going to be enough as Chinchin's going to save Puran's life.
You see, the position that XYG did just caused such a huge threat to
Yes.
TTG. Just forced them to retreat, forced them to give up this mid tower.
No, in the moment that Isim procs the Heaven's Origin, it's just a decision. You either let this turret go or you engage in the fight. And XYG had a better positioning than TTG in there.
Yeah. So actually we can see XYG are now being so aggressive and they really know, like they do have a purpose about what they're gonna do.
And they don't only have a purpose, they already have a 3,000 gold lead.
Yeah.
Look at that.
8 minutes, 4,000 gold lead total.
That is already a gap.
And
That
we
is
can
a gap for sure.
Yeah, and we can see XYG actually they're doing a split push right now. They let Liu Bang to clean one wave and let Lam to do another.
Well, Liu Bang is a very nice hero in order to do that split push. Look at that. September's gold lead already 2,000 on top of Puran and Qiancheng.
And also
The way that he's been farming is just been a perfect rhythm for him.
yeah, and also we can check the gold for Xiudong. It's also quite high actually. The gold already ranked at the ranked at the third, 5,800 gold.
5,800 gold. That Garo needs to have at least 3 damage items for her damage to be online. 5,800 is not going to make it. We're gonna need at least 8,500 or 9,000 gold for that Garo to be fully on.
And check Lam. He's already got his pure sky. Well, you know, actually after XYG got the upper hand, it quite make them to like relax during the mid game because the mid game is supposed to be not that good on their side because in the mid game Lime's gonna be not that useful.
Yeah.
Also Garo's not fully decked out, so there's gonna be a gap between all those damages dealt. But now, due to this gold lead, they're able to survive during the mid game. Even they're able to do more things.
Look at that. Lian Po jumping in, trying to protect the blue buff. XYG had an idea of just jumping in for the invasion. It was a good rotation by TTG. Kuxia is just being vital on providing the vision, right?
Yeah.
I can see that Kuxia is just being able to really jump in, allowing and giving the information for XYG to make the decisions in the right moment. The right decisions in the right moment, that's for sure. All this is coming from the information that Kuxia is allowing them to have.
It seems like XYG didn't notice that TTG is doing a dragon trade. Let's see, both sides. First dragon goes to TTG, and they're trying to
Jin
catch
taking
him down.
extremely low. Right now, that Garo is already on. Look at that. Kuxia is being taken very low, but it's not going to be enough. Right now, the red buff is going to be available for XYG.
Well, I would say XYG won this round because even TTG got the Overlord, got the Dark Overlord, but XYG takes down Jin and also they can get another one.
They can get one more item as well. Look at that. Garo, you can just feel it from Garo's damage and the attack speed. Right now, it's already a very big threat. You have a very big problem with Tiancheng, right? Fang is a very good hero, but does not have a long reach. Liu Yanfang's reach is actually one of the shortest amongst the marksmen, and Garo has the longest reach from all the marksmen.
Yeah.
So it's going to be a very big problem right now that TTG is going to have to solve. How do they get Xiutou out of the equation early in the fight?
Oh, they try to initiate, flash
Look at
in, try to pull back.
Pinchan tried to use his flash to take on Garo, but it was not enough. And right now they're gonna have an advantage. XYG right now takes all resources that they want.
That was a flash plus flash trade. Like Xiutou just used his flash to
react to Pinchan's initiation, right?
Because they both have flash, so that's gonna be 400 units trade.
I feel it was a good movement. Sad for Pinchan that he really thought that he could use his flash to initiate on Garo. That would have been a good movement, but sadly for him, it did not work out.
So, like, the most important mission for XYG right now, for TTG right now, is trying to clean those waves and buy more time.
One more time, the Heaven's Origins being proc, pushes everyone from TTG back. The turret is going to fall, and it's already a 5,500 gold lead for XYG.
That's quite huge.
This is snowballing really fast.
Yeah, especially we can see like Xiutou for Garo, he's fully decked out right now.
Yes.
He's got the Daybreaker.
That Garo's damage is already online. Shadow Reaper, oh look at that! Horrible position, and Garo is going to disappear, but look at that! Lam is coming from behind, trying to find an opening. He's gonna be able to take on Fang, and it's going to be a 1v1 trade. Both teams are not gonna have a marksman. Look at that, Jing is being cut in, and he's going to fall as well. Buran's screen goes black, and right now it's gonna be not a 1v1, but a 2v1 trade for XYG.
So for XYG, actually from this team fight, they won the upper hand and they are able to do more things and they are able to look for more, because now it's a great time for them to get down at least one high ground tower. They managed 2 lanes, both from the mid and the bottom, and now retreat back to get one more blue buff from the opponent's field.
10 seconds for the Overlord is not going to be enough. Look at that, Garo standing very, very high. Lianpo with the flash, the Righteous Lamb completely stunning and putting her on air. Then it was just for September to come in and take revenge on their marksman as well.
Well, we need to admit that actually that's a quite great initiate from Qingqing.
Of course.
Because he just sees the moment when when Garo's like flash is still in cooldown, right?
Yeah.
It still like need more than 20 seconds, I guess, to have the flash again. So Qingqing just sees that moment to flash in and control Jialuo. But the pity was because of the gold lead, TTG can't do no more things.
Now, that gold lead is almost 7,000 gold right now.
Yeah.
It's insane. Because Qingqing found the right spot. Right? He made the right decision. He used his flash, he used his ult, takes Xiutou out of the fight. But then September, XYG September was really important for that game. He came in, taking Fang back, not allowing them to just keep pushing in.
Check the gold. It's already like, how much?
Yeah, it's almost 8,000 gold right
Oh,
now.
8,000 gold lead. That's huge. That's like a gap. So they're trying to take down this high ground tower in the bottom lane. And
Garo is unstoppable right now. Look at that. Garo, Xiutou just need to be able to find the right angle and then just poke him. Garo, the more that Garo is going to poke, the more that you're going to slow down, right?
True.
So if you're being poked once or twice, then your movement speed is going to be reduced so much that then you won't be able to run away.
And sadly, it's because for TTG's composition, it's going to be a little bit hard for them to do burst damage to Garo, since Garo has such a long range.
Yeah, of course. The long range from Garo is something that we just highlighted at the beginning. Just being able to have a longer range than your opponent's marksman, and it is just giving you that big of an advantage.
Yeah.
Look at that, September just going in, trying to push everyone back.
Be
He
brave.
does not want the fight.
Such a threat.
He just wants to
Come
show
back.
up. He jumps in. Now September is going to try to take on the backliners. He's not going to be able to take on a kill, but then the turret is going to fall. Look at Garo's position. Just from behind, taking on the turret, taking on the minions. And they're going to have to replete because right now their goal has been achieved. The high ground turrets are all not here.
Wow, you can see like how aggressive September is. He's just being fearless. Like nothing could bother him.
Yes.
He's
It's
just go straight forward, straight go into that team fight and finding for Qianchen, force out his flash and even want to do more.
Sun Chaser, already the item that allows Hyuto to have more critical damage, more armor pierce, and longer range. Look at that, Hyuto is going to finish with an ominous premonition. Just a defensive item because he knows that his damage is already there.
Yeah.
Like he just needs a little bit of an armor and he knows that he's gonna be, as of right now, the biggest threat to all TTG. Let's see if they can stand on this last fight.
The minions' 3 lanes have been managed, and Qingqing tried to block away Lam and tried to buy more time for his allies to clean up the waves. This is just gonna be the first round because XYG, they've got 3 high ground towers in advantages.
They do not need to rush anything. They just need to take the next Dark Overlord, and then that's gonna be it. With the Vanguard's pressure and the wave management that they could take, and that's gonna be enough. We might not even see the Tempest Dragon in this match.
TTG is right now really under pressure, but that doesn't mean they don't have chance. If they play it really well, they still got a small opportunity. Even if it's light, they still need to catch it. And that's going to be the severe task for TTG.
That's gonna have to be their first priority, right? Like right now, what Guangzhou.TTG wants to do is just to try to survive this last push, to survive these waves of bangers that they are going to be spawned right now. If they can survive that, they might have an opportunity for the Tempest Dragon. But look at Lam just going for the Dark Tyrant. That Tyrant is just falling. Look at the HP bar disappearing just from the normal attacks from Garo.
Oh, and highlight, this is gonna be the last dragon that they can have before the Tempest Dragon is gonna spawn. So that's gonna offer them extra effect, extra earning if they want to force a fight.
Right now, they've got the fighting buff. Right now, the bangers are already jumping in.
Oh.
Bottom and mid lane are being already under attack. Lam is going to clean the top lane, trying to find a little bit more of space. Shenmongxi trying to use the kitty bombs, trying to replete, trying to do some damage. But right now, the pressure is just too high. Can TTG survive this last push from XYG?
Especially from the 3 managed minion waves. Here comes Tianchen, but be controlled by Lin Mo. Pull back from Lu Ban, and then see what they're gonna do. Are they gonna counterattack? Let's see.
The Heaven's Origin is already being progged. They're gonna try to push in. It's not enough. The dragons are still on the high ground, and right now it's gonna be XYG that's gonna have to push back. They are not being able to just finish the game. They've already had the priority over that for 4 minutes, and they're unable just to seal the deal. What's going on, Nora?
I guess it's because after if the XYG really got this point, it's gonna be their match point.
Yeah.
So they don't want it to be hazard. They don't want it to be risky. They just want to use the winning lane from the bottom lane to drag TTG back and try to get this Tempest Dragon. But they need to be cautious because everything could happen after the Tempest Dragon is spawned.
You've got a 10,000 goal lead.
Come on,
it's the moment
be
to
brave,
do it.
boys.
Just be brave. Go for it.
Just be brave because now actually the goal lead doesn't matter anymore because TTG still like both of the members are decked out right now.
Look at that. They're going to try to take on Kuxie. Kuxie is being taken extremely low. He's going to try to be tanking up. Qianqing as well is being taken very low, but Furan is going to come in from behind. Look at his position. September is going to join the fight as well. He's trying to take on Qianqing. Qianqing is going to disappear. Right now, we're going to just divide into two different parts.
Looking for Lam.
He's trying to look for Lam. It's not going to be enough. Look at that. Qianqing is going to run away. It's going to be a trade. Qianqing is going to disappear as the super minions are just pushing on the crystal.
Even this team fight lasts for such a long time, but eventually XYG won this team fight. Especially they've got 3 winning lanes right now and they've got 5 people.
When we see these gigantic fights, what we need to be able to do is to find the core players, to find the main guests, to mind the steering. Look at that, Xiutou is taking on that Tempest Dragon. Nothing that TTG can do about that. It's going to go uncontested, and now it's going to be defeated. They've got the buff for the next 80 seconds. They're going to have the whole Storm Awakening buff.
And due to the Storm Awakening buff, XYG, they can use this buff to do the Fatal Strike because they really need this win. After they won this game, they're gonna get their match points. So now pressure goes to TTG. Are they gonna survive? Are they gonna stand with it? Now the ultimate from Yixing just be triggered. Try to lock down 3 people, and here Lan comes in with the ultimate provided by Liu Bang, but no more damage can be done. So they try to clean the bottom lane and try to let the lane to push forward.
They're trying their very, very best to try to take on this. It's going to be one more wave of dragons as they come in. Their buff is still alive for 30 more seconds. Look at that. Lianpo, everyone is jumping in, trying to take on Garo. Garo is going to fall, but the resurrection comes in one more time. The Sage Sanctuary is going to save her life. It's not going to be enough as she's going to fall, but it's going to be Jing, the one that is going to pay with her life. Qingqing is going to follow him. The dragons are pushing in. Look at that. September is pushing it. Everyone back. It's not going to be enough. The crystal's going to fall, and it's going to be XYG that is going to take game 4.
Congratulations to XYG after pulling this game into even the Tempest Dragon is spawned, but they still won this game. They've lead this game over 20 minutes. And after they got this Tempest Dragon, after that beautiful battlefield, they got their match point. And now it is for XYG to shine.
It's time for them to shine because after that gigantic victory at 3-1, right now is their lead. They've got 2 more games to seal this deal. They've got the opportunity to finish the game. I think that XYG might be able to take this whole thing. I think so.
Yeah,
they've been playing really well.
There's a really huge possibility goes to XYG right now because there's only 1 point left for them to catch the opportunity to get straight into the group stage.
Xiutou was vital for XYG.
True.
The positioning of that Gyro, right? Like we mentioned it at the beginning. It's going to depend on Gyro being able to survive or not. And I feel like Xiutou did a great job at that.
True.
Just being able to survive, farm, not rush it. I believe that Xiutou did an amazing job in there.
Yeah, and another thing worth mentioning was that actually September also take such huge role. It is the Lam that he played by such a huge time and chance for Xiutou to form it up, right?
That's the thing. I believe that September was really good at just splitting the fight into 2. If you analyze that last fight at the end, it was Qingqing and Jing just trying their very best just to try to take on Garo. But where were the other people? Where was Fang? Where was Master Lupin? All of them were targeted by September.
Yeah.
That is exactly what I feel like. I feel like September's job was just to divide the fire coming in from TTG so that Garo could actually stand and then just suck in so much back of that HP, right?
Yeah, like just go for a quick review. For that last team fight, September did a 1 versus 3. If
Yeah,
you check the replay later.
Exactly, that 1 versus 3 just allowed Garrett to not have to survive from 5 people, but from only 2. And that's the reason why the MVP is going to go for XYG September.
True. Let's check the gold rate. 28.8%. That's huge.
He needed to do that.
He needed to be rich.
He needed to take control of everything. Come on, if I'm just gonna play a Lamb, Lamb needs to have the items, Lamb needs to have the level advantage. And look at in that moment, Ping Chen was just waiting in the bush.
He's waiting for his
He's
ally.
waiting for Pu
Ran.
Yes.
But that's the key point. They're gonna they really want to break the status. They really want to get September down, and that's gonna be a huge mistake.
That's the problem. Ping Chen starts taking damage from the turret, and then he needs to push back. Look at September right over here.
This one.
Jumping from behind.
The last ping fight, 1 versus 3.
Of course, the 1v3. He's just taking on everyone. Takes on Shen Meng Xi, then Xian Chen comes out. Ping Chen comes to try to support. It's not gonna be enough. He's taking.
Oh.
That's the thing. Like the mechanics from that hero, right? Because the more enemies that you have in front of you, the easier that it's going to be for Lamb just to be more mobile. So as the minions spawn out of the crystal, then he knows that it's just his time to shine. He's just moving everywhere.
He can use both heroes and also those minions to stack up his passive and allow him to use his second skill as fast as possible. Such a nice play.
Great performance.
By XYG, yeah. We need to admit, like, for today, it seems like they're really well prepared. It feels like their coach, their team, their backups already cheered them up before the event and told them, like, do not be afraid, do not worry. Though it's going to be an uphill challenge, you guys are going to do great.
Even though it's going to be an uphill challenge, you just need to try your very best. At the end of the day, just losing today does not take you out of the tournament. It just puts you in that gigantic battle that we're going to have for round 2, as we're going to have 10 teams fighting in BO1s.
Yeah. The best thing about going through this round 1 of our KPL region qualifier was that you're able to have an extra life.
Yes.
But still, who don't want to just go straight forward, just go straight into the group stage?
Go straight into the group stages and then just take these next 4 days to really practice, really have a good rest. You need to be well rested if you want to be able to perform well for the next stage.
Yeah, and also like during that kind of time, during the round 2, they're able to just to be well prepared, to do more homework, do more research onto their opponents.
Yes.
And that's gonna gain themselves more time to do more things.
The more games that you play before the group stage, the more information that you're giving to your opponents, right? Because then everyone at home, the coaches, the players are watching, taking notes, trying to understand, decipher what are your weaknesses, and nobody wants to just show all their cards before the group stage.
They try to hide something. And don't forget, this tournament is going to be a world-class tournament.
Yes.
There's some teams from other regions still be there before the television or computer or whatever. They're just trying to absorbing what you're doing right now.
Yes,
they're trying to do more research and they're trying to aim at what you're going to have.
Yeah, exactly. The other teams from the other areas are already all in. The 8 teams that they're going to represent the other areas are already seated into the group stages. And I can be completely sure that right now they're at home with pens in hand, taking notes, trying to find what could give them an advantage. Well, right now we are moving forward into our game 5. Now let's have a little rest. Let's come back and see if it is going to be XYG that's going to take that final blow or TTG can force to game 6. Let's wait a minute. XYG is one game away from taking the victory and moving straight into group stages. If they're able to finish this game with a victory, they're gonna have a whole week off to take notes on all the other teams. TTG, on the other hand, they need to win this one to keep pushing, to try to find that little hope of making it straight into group stages. Is it gonna be XYG or is it gonna be TTG? What do you think, Nora?
For me, the situation that we are looking at gonna be quite well goes for XYG since they already got their match point, right?
Yes.
And also, I checked the hero pool during our break, and we can see like there's still a lot of heroes left for XYG since they still got Luban, and also they got Da Qiao. But TTG is gonna ban Da Qiao for certain.
Yes.
But the point for TTG was like under such a huge pressure, what heroes they're gonna use, or who the player they're gonna put the priority on, who they're gonna be the most trustworthy one to undertake this responsibility.
I'm a little bit concerned about TTG's support options right now. They've already used Tiger and they've used Tranfei, they've used Lupin, they've used Lumber. The options for support are not that many right now for them. TTG's Da Qiao composition is not a common option for them. So that leaves them only with the options of Dong Huang or Gui Guzi or Sheldon.
Yeah.
The options for support here for TTG are going to be very limited, and that would completely change the way that they could play this game, right?
But you name one Gui Guzi, this kind of hero gonna make miracle happen. So
True.
just wait and see, because if they under such a great pressure, well, if they wanna undertake this pressure, they're gonna bet it on Gui Guzi. That's gonna be a little bit risky. So wait and see.
Let's wait and see. Meng Tian and Guang Yu, I told you since the beginning, in game 2, Guangzhou.TTG had the opportunity to take on Meng Tian. They did not decide to take that. And then the whole option after their XYG was just banning that hero again and again and again. They should have taken it there. Right now, it's not an option. Let's wait and see. XYG decides to go with Zhou Yu.
Such a nice one. You know what? Actually, XYG got the priority to take Da Qiao, but they just didn't let it go. Why? Because they don't trust TTG gonna execute the composition of Da Qiao well.
In the summer cup, TTG played the Da Qiao composition 5 times, and they won none of them.
That's the reason why XYG just let Da Qiao go. Because in such great, you're gonna be like put in such great pressure.
Yeah.
And if you're gonna under this pressure to take the one that the winning rate was 0 point, you're gonna have Da Qiao. I'll just let it happen. I won't be afraid of your 0 winning rate composition.
Let's wait and see. I hope that they have been working on that, because it would be a huge pity that they are gonna take on that aggressive combo and not being able to finish it properly. Meng Ya is going to be their option for bottom lane. We already mentioned about Meng Ya in the previous games, how it has always an advantage. But Lupin number 7 and Master Lupin down there might level things up a little bit more.
And moreover, I do want to highlight the first pick that XYG did, that is Zhou Yu. Well, you know, if you want to pair it up with Da Qiao's composition, you want to fulfill to use it, you need to have one mage that can like secure your priority of the mid wave. That's gonna be a hero that's gonna be really good at cleaning the mid wave. And Zhou Yu is gonna be the only rest one can pair it up with Da Qiao, because TTG has already used Wang Zhao Jun and Shen Mengxi.
Yes, exactly. Zhao Jun and Shen Mengxi are not gonna be options in there. So right now, there are very few options that they could use to try to have a priority over the mid lane. That mid lane is gonna be a trouble for Guangzhou.TTG, I can imagine. Let's talk a little bit about their last ban, right? Nakoruru. Nakoruru is a hero that can deal a lot of burst damage.
That's the point.
Which would be the problem with the Da Qiao composition. When you have this Da Qiao composition, You want people to be able to get on the TP tunnel quickly enough, and Nakoruru could just like completely delete your HP bar in any second.
Yeah, there's a two-way, like two methods for you to dealing with Daqiao's composition. One is dealing burst damage.
Yes.
Heroes like Nakoruru or heroes like Ganjiang. Whether though XYG didn't use it because they already used that. Well, anyway, the second method would be do some compulsory movement.
Yes.
Whether you're gonna pull it out or you're gonna suppress it.
They choose to go with Lu Bu and Tigerus. Tigerus for XYG, a really interesting pick, right? Tigerus, they've played it 4 times during the Summer Cup with 100% win rate.
100% winning rate. For heroes like Tigress, we need to admit that it's gonna be the typical strongest hero that September can play.
Charlotte. Charlotte against Lu Bu. That matchup.
Well, not bad.
Okay.
But
why?
Well, I would just give it 50-50 again.
All right.
Because for Charlotte, it's more because if TTG do want to complete the composition of Daqiao, they can't just rely on those damage dealt by Ganjiang Moye. It's not enough.
Yeah.
And since they've already select Kai as their jungler, also means they can't do like a lot of threaten onto the opponent's backline.
True.
They'll need to undertake the responsibility.
So Charlotte's mobility would allow them to decide if they want to split push, if they want to just kind of like do a normal Daqiao composition, move your bottom lane, move your marksman with the support on one lane, take your top laner on the other, and then just try to split push in there. Or if they would want to take on fights, then they're gonna need Charlotte's damage to be online.
Yeah.
And that's gonna take some time. That needs time and an advantage, an items advantage or a level advantage.
Yeah, because Charlotte is known as a quite item-dependent hero, so that
one of the most item-dependent heroes in my opinion.
That's true.
It is. Charlotte is a very interesting hero to play because at the beginning it feels like you're dealing no damage at all. It just feels like I am hitting you and nothing is actually happening.
Just giving myself more like movement speed.
Yeah, it's like I become faster, but you're still there. What's going on? It's because you need to have a level advantage.
Yeah.
Without that level advantage, Charlotte is going to be in a very difficult position. Let's see what Xin can do in there in his last matchup if they're not able to win this game.
And this game is going to be really crucial, especially for XYG, because if they got the 1, they can get straight into the group stage. I'm today's caster, Nora.
I'm your caster, Isaac Pena Muley. Let's see that. September, Ansuto coming in, taking control of this blue buff. Look at Kai's decision. He's trying to go for the red.
Yeah, because...
How is he planning on getting out of this?
Yeah, that's the point, because Kai lack of multibility, but they did a buff trade. Actually, this is quite risky, but I need to admit that this is quite a smart movement from TTG.
It is a very smart movement, but yesterday I was talking with Ligio, the Chinese caster, and we were talking about like why most of junglers decide on invade the blue buff instead of invading the red buff. If you analyze the shape of the jungle over there in the red, it's very easy to come in, but it's insanely difficult to get out.
Yeah, that's true. Well, I would say like maybe it's because XYG didn't expect it that you would go into my field. But that's pretty crucial is because for Tigress, the jungler from XYG, this hero really depends on red buff, especially in the early game. He needs the red buff to provide him more ability to slow down his enemy and deal more damage to accelerate the speed of the game.
Kusia is going to fall as Puran is going to make a 2v1. Sudo being taken extremely low. It's not going to be enough. Look at that. Siko being extremely... taking so much damage on the turret is not going to be enough.
That was so close. We can see like XYG really want to break the pace. They really want to take down Qiancheng, but that was so close.
Oh, those are the decisions that could just turn the game for TTG.
Yes. Oh, we need to admit, like, for this game, especially, this is going to be really critical to both of the teams. Now they're being fully involved and engaged into this game right now.
Yeah, of course. Look at that. Pura knew that he was already in forward. He knew that Lupu's ult was not online, so he decided to jump in.
And for
Limong with the flash, and then Siho jumps in, but Limong is not able to follow him. And then Siho's taking so much damage from the turret that he was not able to survive. Look at that, one more time, 3v3. Tachia is going to proc her ult, bringing more people in, and they decide just to leave back and come back again.
Yeah, and the tension is not even, it hasn't been 4 minutes. So before the 4 minutes, after they want to like take the tower down or take those heroes down under the protection that offered by the tower, that's going to be a little bit risky, and also that's going to be a little bit hard.
Tachia's ability is something that we need to talk about, right? The Eye of the Whirlpool. Look at that one more time. To be one trade over here. It's going to be one gank, but it's going to be Kushi that is going to jump in one more time. Tinsin is being blocked and it's going to be able to survive. And it's going to be TTG taking one more kill.
It just made me feel like for teams like TTG, they really need to be pushed into like on the edge. If they're on the edge, they're gonna like burst out their potential. Just suddenly like they need to be under pressure, and they're gonna surprise all of us. Because for this composition, it's not easy for them to just threshold XYG, to hold up their way, their pace to be so aggressive.
And right now, TTG's early game, as we hit the 4 minutes mark, it's been amazing. They've got already a 1,200, 1,300 lead. That's literally what Qingqing needed.
Yeah.
We talked about how Qingqing needed to have a gold advantage. Right now, he's already built his personal gold advantage to 500, 600.
And more important, because of the flexibility of Daqiao's this composition, now TTG is gonna have the priority to do whatever they want to do.
Yeah, the Eye of the Whirlpool just brought everyone from TTG down, and they're gonna be able to take a free turret on bottom lane. That's gonna give them a little bit of an advantage, as Qiancheng is gonna be able to start rotating and following the team one more time.
And for XYG, from their side, it's quite painful for them to suffer from such a deficit. Because it's supposed to be September, it's supposed to be Tigris to speed up,
yes, of course,
to initiate.
Tigris' early game is supposed to be his strong moment, right?
Yeah.
Like Tigris' damage at the early game allows him to invade, allows him to build, but at the pace that everything is going right now, I don't feel like he's got any advantage right now.
Purify.
The Whirlpool one more time. It's going to be 4 people from TTG that are going to come in. Lupu Proxy's ult is going to try to run away because he's being taken extremely low. Puran, that Proxy's ult, and right now he's just standing in front, standing on the flames from Limong, whose damage is not online yet.
This is a HP trade, and TTG want this trade to gain them the priority to push forward the lane.
The bottom lane right now, they're teched up red buff, and they're gonna try to put some more pressure here. They'll be able to poke a couple times in here. Limong's trying his very best to clean the dragon. It's not gonna be enough. The turret is going to fall.
Wait, 6 minutes. It's only 6 minutes, and there's 2,000 gold lead. And also, check the bottom lane. It's already be so close to the high ground tower.
This Tachia strategy is just working perfectly for TTG. We were a little bit hesitant, right? Because during the Summer Cup, their Tachia strategy was not online. Their Tachia strategy was not very familiar. Seems like the boys have been going home practicing this strategy because they knew that it was going to come to this. It was going to be vital for them to be able to have this tool in their toolbox.
And this situation, all of those things that is happening on this battlefield is originated by the first round of that buff trade.
Yes.
The red buff steal away by Bu Ran was so critical to all this game because
That's
it
true.
slowed down the formula by September and also the pace that he should be like carried on.
The pace was not there, and look at that. Right now, it is just TTG moving from bottom to top, from top to bottom, cleaning wave in mid lane, and it's XYG being so passive. Like they can only react to whatever that TTG is doing.
They need to. Well, good news to XYG is that as they pick Zhou Yu as the mid lane, so
Yep.
they don't need to worry a lot about the mid lane. But the problem is how they're gonna break the situation, how they're gonna shut down the pace of the TTG. That's gonna be a big problem.
They need to start thinking about that. As right now we can see, we talked about how Xin's Charlotte was very item dependent, and right now it's just farming at a gigantic pace. Like it's just so fast. I can see that Charlotte already has a 1,500 gold advantage compared to Lu Bu. So Charlotte is able right now to take on Lu Bu on a 1v1 and not actually mind about it.
And more important for Qin, as he's already got at least 2 items, he can just ignore Lu Bu and go straight forward for Xiudou, for this Luban number 7.
Just try and look at that.
Get away from my road.
It is really difficult for him.
Yeah.
It has been extremely difficult.
Comes in, here's Bu Ran, acting
one
like
more
a tank,
time.
be pulled back.
Acting like a tank, is going to be taking damage from the turret. Same as been taking damage from the XYG. He won't be able to survive. He's been taken extremely low. The Eye of the Whirlpool is going to be procced as everyone goes back, and they come back to the TP with full HP.
And that's the thing that we need to highlight for our audience about this gonna be the importance why Da Qiao's composition is such a meta pick in this in our game. Because of its strategy, it has such a high ceiling, right?
Yeah, of course.
You can just use it flexible.
And it's just a matter of the rhythm, right? Like it's very difficult, very difficult to try to take control of the game when you're facing a Da Qiao strategy. Like you can only try to be reactive to it, but you stop being proactive since the beginning of the game.
Yeah. And if you do want to master heroes like Da Qiao, and he's this hero is gonna be the most unique one during our game.
Yeah.
It's because you need to hold a clear overview towards all the game. You need to know the pace. You need to know where your enemy is right now.
And
you need to know like what we are gonna do for the next step.
And it's not an easy hero to practice since you need to have a proper team. You need to have a fixed team for you to be able to be good at that support.
Oh,
It's not
find
some-
the reason.
It's not the only. It's not a matter of you being good with that hero. Like,
Yeah.
your whole team needs to be good at that strat.
You just point out the reason why I'm not that good at Da Qiao. It's because I don't have such great allies, right?
Oh,
That's
ouch!
the point.
Ouch! Gonna take that one personal.
Anyway, back on track. Check the battlefield right now. While see, like Guangzhou.TTG is now in our upper hand,
Tyrant has been defeated.
doing pretty well.
Everything is just going for TTG right now. Like, there's no way that XYG can turn things around right now until TTG just makes a mistake. It's gonna have to be a mistake from TTG for XYG to try to turn things around. But
Yeah.
if TTG does not make the mistake, there's nothing they can do.
XYG is really under pressure. But like for composition that XYG just selected, wow, they're gonna be really powerful into those late games due to Lu Bu and also Luban number 7.
Yes.
But
In the late game,
yeah,
is something that is so far away from us as we are only on the 12 minutes mark.
at least 10 minutes should be needed.
At least 10 more minutes. How many waves of minions and how many waves of vanguards can they survive? I know that Zhou Yu is a very strong hero when protecting your high ground, but can you survive for 10 minutes just based on that?
That's gonna left that as a question. Check the top lane. TTG really want to get this high ground tower down, and here's the whirlpool.
Oh, the Eye of the Whirlpool comes in, saving Puran is going to bring him back. The turret is going to fall. The dragons are taking and doing their job. And right now, it's looking grim for XYG. Their ability to finish this game and just moving directly into group stages, their hopes are just becoming slimmer and slimmer.
Yeah, they need to hold on. They need to seize the moment. Because the next step that TTG is going to do is they're going to do the exact trick that they did on the top lane to the bottom lane. Exact the same trick.
Exact same movement. And their CDs are back. Their CDs are completely on. Their abilities are not on cooldown.
Daqiao's ult is ready again.
Daqiao's ult is ready again.
That's kind of annoying.
Yeah, it's
endless.
It's just endless, right? Like if you have the right items, just to kind of like, if you have items that allow you to reduce your cooldown for your abilities, that's your strat. Every 35, 40 seconds, you can just full proccing your ult again and again and again.
Yeah, and now we can see there's a 7,000 gold lead goes to Guangzhou.TTG, and wow, you must say like teams like Guangzhou.TTG is quite resilient. Sorry.
They are resilient.
Right?
They're very resilient. Very, very resilient, because after you're 3-1 down, you need to just go with everything you have.
Yeah, it's an all-in again.
That's it. There's no tomorrow. You lose that game and then it's gone.
Yeah. And you see, after TTG is being put in such a high pressure, they seems like to be more calm.
They're very calm. They don't.
To be clearer.
They just need to avoid the mistake.
Yeah.
They don't have to rush on anything. They just need to avoid the mistake. We know that the XYG combo is going to be online after the mark of their 20-minute mark. Before that, it's all TTG. Just don't die. That's it. Walk calmly. Keep farming. Do not allow XYG to have access to the jungle, and you'll be fine.
And another thing that we need to pay attention to is that we've already mentioned XYG is going to be really powerful in the late game, right?
Yeah.
It's going to be pretty long time is going to be required. But for TTG, I hope that they gonna hurry up, because we saw it from the game 1. Because like they're not that decisive, especially now they're putting in such high pressure. So I do hope that they can hurry up and use this Vanguard, use this Overlord passing to get the high ground tower down.
The Shadow Bangers are coming in. Qingqing has an idea. Look at him. He's trying to go around. He wants to put some pressure. Xiudao is trying his very best to protect that turret. It's not going to be enough. Kuxie being taken extremely low. Ganjian and Moye's damage is completely online. The turret is going to fall, and the bangers are going to come into high ground.
And now we can see TTG is heading for their victory. And now comes in Kai, try to block away, but here comes the Lü Bu, such a nice ultimate, and pull back, but nothing could be done because TTG, they still got Daqiao, and Daqiao still got his ultimate. So everyone's be teleported again, down, stunned. Although stunned he put on Meng Ya, but he still got his ultimate. So after a quite quick retreat, TTG is going to be well prepared for the next attack.
They just came back immediately.
Yeah.
But they didn't have any minions in there. That's a pretty debatable decision. I wouldn't have just come back just straight up if you do not have minions. What for? Those are the kind of mistakes that could cost them the game.
So they need to be more cautious. They need to be
a little bit more cautious. That's true.
Again.
That ballista is going to try to put some damage on the turret. It's going to be taken down to 2/3 of its full HP.
Well, to my surmise, I guess TTG for this team, they are going to vie for the high ground tower on the bottom lane. because they try to secure, right? They always want to prioritize the security. They don't want to be so decisive. And let's see what they're gonna do.
Let's see what they're trying to do. The minions come in.
Anyways,
Tintin just finds a spot on Syuto. Syuto is gonna be able to survive. And right now he's got a great positioning. Right now it's going to be Tintin that is going to resurrect. Finding the tunnel, not successful to get back on the TP. Tintin and Puran trying to finish the game, not being successful, allowing XYG to push out and try to gain back some resources. The kind of mistakes you don't want to happen.
Yeah, because they were so close to the victory. Check the stupid minions goes on the top lane. At this time, actually TTG, they got the opportunity to just get straight forward to the crystal, but they was distracted after Ku Xie's ultimate. Like this Lu Bu's ultimate was down, was landed on that ground. They would
TTG is going to steal the dragon! That dragon was the hope for XYG to survive. But it's going to be Ganjing and Moya's Joey that is going to claim the overlord for them.
Whoa, it seems like Joey is shouting out loud that I won't let you to take this opportunity. It's still our game.
Oh, Joey in there. It was the opportunity for XYG. And sadly for them, Joey took control of that overlord. And the Dark Tyrant is going to be for TTG as well. It was a little glimpse of hope for XYG. And again, things just seem to become full darkness one more time.
But another thing would be, there's only 1 minute last before the Tempest Dragon gonna be spawned.
Yeah.
For TTG, I do hope they can accelerate. I do hope they can speed up. Like, they need to put more and more pressure on XYG because this time's gonna be their best time. So close, trying to get him down. But no, he still escaped away. Let's check TTG. There's a Vanguard in the mid.
There's a Vanguard in the mid. Look at that. Syuto is still alive. Master Lupin is going to die, but it's Syuto the one that is still in there. His damage is still online. Pushing back, holding to the hold. Kushi is going to fall. It's going to be only 3 people from XYG. Is it going to be enough? A Resurrect is going to have to be spawned. September is going to fall. The crystal is just falling to pieces.
Ooh,
Koyu is not going to be enough. And it's going to be congratulations to Guangzhou.TTG.
Win another point for them and drag this game to another game. And the play is reset again.
It is going to be Guangzhou.TTG that is going to take the victory. It's going to put our game 3-2. And it looks like we might be able to see that game 7.
Well, we witnessed the ultimate battle. That's gonna be a huge problem. Well, personally, I'm really looking forward to seeing that ultimate battle happened. Wow, but you know, if we go to the ultimate battle, reclaim about our format, it's gonna be a blind pick format, which gonna mean everything's gonna be unexpected. You don't know what's gonna happen.
Yes, exactly. But we're still pretty far away from that 7th game, as right now we have Guangzhou.TTG taking the victory and still holding to the hope.
True.
Who do you think was very vital in this composition for them to win?
Well, if I'm gonna give the MVP, though, Da Qiao did a really important role. But everything that happened, every advantages that TTG took was originated from the first buff trade.
Yeah, the first buff trade, right? Like the way that Puran just came in and took that red buff.
That's
completely slowing down Tigers in the early stages, right?
Yeah.
Tigers very red buff dependent. So if you slow him down and you are not allowing him to make it to 4
to lead the game.
And then Puran after that, like straight up just moves up to top lane and takes the first blood from Lu Bu.
True.
Right? So that first stages, the first 2 minutes rhythm was just completely destroyed, and it was Guangzhou.TTG who took the control of the game.
Yeah, so the MVP is going to be a little bit controversial.
I am not going to put no money into that MVP because I believe that Guangzhou.TTG, all of them, did an amazing job. Joey controlling that overlord, right?
And also, you can't just ignore the damage that dealt by Meng Ya. And also, name Qingqing, the Charlotte, right? Just gave such a huge threat to Luban number 7, to Zhou Yu from the XYG side. So, nice play, and you need to say, like, nice cooperation.
Nice cooperation. Let's wait and see who our MVP is going to be. Now, the game 5 is done. We're gonna move to game 6, and then in game 6, it's gonna be all in. Like everyone needs to go with all the heroes that they can get their hands on, right? Like there's still a lot of very meta picks that they could be opening there for our game 6.
Because it's the last game before the ultimate battle. Okay, first let's check the MVP first. This turn, MVP goes to Qingqing, his Charlotte.
Qingqing Charlotte is going to be the MVP. I think that Charlotte and MVP, Qingqing being the MVP on Charlotte, it was just about this exact moment. I think that this was the moment where Qingqing pushing Kuxie back against the bush, Kuxie not being able to make it to 4, Proxy's flash was not enough. Look at that, Qingqing one more time, already trying to make an advantage in there. Buran jumps in, and then one more time, early game kill for them, and then just put September in a horrible position.
Yeah, it's a pretty smooth combo.
Very good communication from the two of them, right?
So it's all about coordination, right? From this team. Especially, I'm pretty surprised about how resilient TTG is because they were under such huge pressure.
They were under a lot of pressure. They were under the pressure of trying their best to survive, trying their best to really go on. Look at Joey's, the damage dealt, 35% of all the damage came from Joey, that at the end was not even able to take on one kill. Like his job was just to chip on everyone's health bar, just allowing Qingqing, allowing Buran to come in to try and take the kills.
Yeah, and again, like we've already mentioned before this draft, after the composition was settled, that from TTG's side, during the Summer Cup, they haven't got anyone by using Daqiao's composition. And this is going to be their first very win under such a great pressure.
Let's be realistic. I had already ruled out the option about just bringing Daqia on the table. Like I had already thought about it, about like, you know what, like I don't think that they will even try to do it. I'm extremely happy that I was wrong because this show of skills from this Daqia composition from Guangzhou.TTG just showed to us that sometimes things work out, sometimes they don't. The only thing that you need to do is just to go back home and just keep practicing,
keep
get
trying.
better.
Oh, again, let's see. Here's a board that we just listed some of Qingqing's achievement on it.
Yes, exactly. TTG's Qingqing. Look at that, 2020. He made it to 3 finals, winning one of them. And in 2021, he made it again to 3 finals, not being able to put his hands on the trophy, not even once. 6 finals in total since 2020 up until right now. Only 1 trophy. What do you make out of that, Nora?
Well, even though people would be only pay attention to this red bold font about this champion, actually we need to admit he's such a great player.
All right.
Because like for those 6 games, 6 tournaments, he made it into the final for 6 times in a row.
True.
How's that gonna happen? There's 18 teams in our KPL region. And let's say like 5 members in that's gonna be up to 60 players, right?
That is a lot of players, and the fact that Qingqing is being able to be in so many finals completely on his own, like together with his teammates, just shows to us the importance of how you need to be consistent, right? Now let's check over here. For me, this was the play of the game, of the late game. XYG, they have the power play. It is a 4v3, and then it's Joey completely forgetting about the damage on the other enemies and then just using his damage, pointing it out on just taking that Overlord. That was the moment that just closed the door for XYG.
True.
Well, right now, Game 6 is almost here. Let's have a little break, and we'll get back with you. Game 6. Ladies and gentlemen, no one thought that we were going to make it all the way to Game 6, at least myself. Count me in on those skepticals that believed that it was going to finish on Game 4 or Game 5. Well, Game 6 it is, 3-2, the lead for XYG. XYG leading on TTG. If XYG takes the dub on Game 6, then that's going to be the end of it, and XYG will move into the group stage. If Guangzhou.TTG, on the other hand, are able to take the victory here, we're going to have our first ultimate battle of the tournament. So, what is it gonna be? Is it gonna be TTG taking us all the way to Game 7, or is it gonna be XYG just sealing the deal and then moving into group stages? Let us wait and check on what the players can do. At the beginning of our stream, we talked a lot about how the coach's experience was completely different, right? We talked a lot about how one of the coaches was very experienced, how the other coach had a lot more, a bit higher winning rate. Those little details were very important at the beginning, but right now, all of that has just been scrapped. And right now it becomes a battle about who wants it most. XYG's coach, Shi, 55 games in total, win average of 60%, second overall behind SK in the whole KPL. And Guangzhou.TTG's Kier, 340 games in total with a win average of 53%.
That's quite stunning for a coach from XYG because it's just like ranked below SK, and we need to know SK is the coach for Wuhan Nista Pro, which is considered as one of the most dominating team right now in the KPL region.
SK, one of the most monumental coaches to our game, right? Like he started coaching in 2017 and it's been already 5 years that we've had him around and he's still got the highest win rate.
True.
That is actually a very big achievement for him.
All right, let's go for this game. Game 6. Blue side, Guangzhou.TTG and XYG on the red side.
Yeah. Guangzhou.TTG just decides to take the blue side, right? Like in the previous 2 times, they decided just to keep on the red side even after their victory. And this time they're going to try their very best to take on that first pick, something meta, something that could help them out to push this to an ultimate battle.
What can it be?
I don't understand that Agutuo ban from XYG.
Wow.
TTG has already used Machao, and we know that in this meta, Machao and Agutuo is a very strong composition. Agutuo, I don't think that they had any option to pair that Agutuo with something else.
Wow, the only option for TTG is going to be Guang Yu. Guang Yu is also going to be able to pair up with Agutuo. So maybe they just want to limit the hero pool for Qingqing, right? 2 bans, Mengtian plus Agutuo targeting for Guang Yu.
Targeting is what they're trying to do. XYG trying to use that Tai Ren and Nian. Oh, Tai Ren and Marco Polo.
Oh.
You don't see that a lot, right? Like Tai Ren and Marco Polo. Since normally you would play Marco Polo with some more aggressive supports that
like
could
Lumber,
right? Like Fei that could actually initiate fights. But Tai Ren plus Marco Polo, let's see if that extra life that can be given to Marco Polo, that extra life that's going to be given to Xiudou is going to make the difference in this game.
And even more surprising is that though Guangzhou.TTG already picked Dunshan, but XYG still chose to pick Marco Polo because Dunshan is quite a counter pick to Marco Polo. It's gonna just block away all those bullies that you did.
Yeah, exactly. Dunshan for me is one of the most OP supports that not only can allow you to nullify any flying objects that they're coming towards him by him just raising up his shield, but at the same time he can give back HP to the turrets.
This is going to be really interesting. Do you remember, like at the very beginning of today's casting, at the very beginning of today's matchups, we've mentioned about both of the teams show such a high priority on their top laners. And now we can see in this critical matchup, they both chose to trust their top laner.
Yes, exactly. And right over there, in the moment that XYG saw that TTG gave Qingqing this Guang Yu, they decided to make a counter pick by using that Mulan, Hua Mulan. That Mulan is going to be a counter pick for that Guang Yu completely, right?
Yeah, because there's 2 formations that Mulan can do. One is she's got those light sword, another could be the heavy sword. And since he's in the formation of that light sword, the second ability that he did is gonna slow down Guang Yu to break him from the charge stance.
Angela!
Oh!
And it's locked down. It's gonna be Ling Meng's Angela. That's going to be something nice to watch. Angela, a very popular hero from the people, but not a very popular pick in KPL. And right now, Angela with the burst damage coming in. Let's see what she can do.
Oh, Angela, I love this hero, you know, because for these kind of heroes, it's quite easy.
Yes.
It won't take you a long time to master those heroes, but the point of these hero gonna be, it's quite risky because once you didn't like do those combos dealt by your skills, you're gonna be put into such a dangerous position, especially after TTG picked out Prince of Lanling as their jungler.
Yeah. The ambush that Angela can do is something very dangerous for Guangzhou.TTG, right? And they're gonna counter the presence of that Angela with Prince of Lanling. You gotta remember that Prince of Lanling his abilities allows him to become invisible.
To enter into that stealth mode, which also means he's gonna be invisible. Anyway, he's gonna be the most fatal assassin. You won't know where he is, and also he's gonna be an invisible threat to all of those heroes that chosen by XYG.
If you don't know where he is, then it's going to limit a lot your rotations, right? Like you won't be that confident about just like kind of like moving around and trying to be in the bush, trying to go around. Like you're gonna have to always keep your flash with you. Having that flash would allow you to survive on an ambush from Prince of Lanling. But without the flash, then you're just standing there just waiting for him to come and put his dagger through your chest.
Yeah. What terrifying people the most, definitely gonna be uncertainty. And that's the ability that Prince of Lanling has, right?
That is true. That Prince of Lanling is going to make things, it's going to stir up things a little bit. That pick of Prince of Lanling and that pick of Angela completely showing us what Game 6 is about, right? Because we're playing in an all-round and a global BP. That global BP tells us that already by Game 6, all the meta picks are already almost gone.
Yeah.
And then you need to start thinking about how to counter the strategy of the team in front of you.
And believe me, this matchup's gonna be explosive.
This matchup is going to be explosive. It's Pingchen's Sheldon is going to be critical to whatever that
Let's see.
TTG can do. Let's wait and see as we're gonna be moving into our Game 6. Game 6 of our game BO7. If TTG on the blue side can win, they're gonna push this to an ultimate battle. If XYG wins this, it's going to be it. They'll move to group stage, and TTG is gonna have to join into the bloodbath that whole 10 teams round robin is going to be.
Let's check. Another invasion done by Buran. Still away the blue buff. Quite aggressive in the early game.
Nothing that Traoyun, nothing that September could have done in there. Like the only thing that he can do is just to understand that, well, I do not have priority over this blue buff. I do not want to die either.
Yeah, so for XYG, actually they need to hold off. They need to hold on for a sec. After all of those members got the out, especially for Angela, that's the time for them to kick off.
Not before that. Not before everyone is gonna be on level 4. And we still have a couple minion waves distance in between that and right now.
And speaking to the laning phase, it's going to be really painful for Xiudong, for Marco Polo.
Yeah, it's going to be really painful. Look at that. It's a 2v1. Sheldon was spotted over there in the bush.
Yeah. Hero like Marco Polo can never contest with any other marksman during the laning phase.
It is difficult since Marco Polo, whenever that he's already locked down the position of his bullets, that he cannot change that. And that's going to take him such a long time.
Yeah, and the bullet that he's gonna shot is quite is responsible for his attack speed.
Look at that. That Tyrant is gonna be uncontested as Puran is going to take it. And right now 6 seconds for the blue buff to spawn.
Again.
Vincent jumps into the bush. Nothing that September can do. He's only level 4. Look at Puran's position. They know that Puran is around, but there's nothing that they can do.
Whoa,
look at that. He's gonna jump in. This fight has started. Lady Sun is gonna take on first blood, but then Angela is gonna take on the support.
And this is exactly what we've just mentioned. And also Guang Yu came in such a nice flash. Just block away Guang Yu from his way, and another kill goes to Marco Polo. This is a 0-2 trade anyway. And Yi Xin just used his damage to make it to a consolation effort.
A consolation effort, that's completely true. That's what that EC needed to do. Puran jumping in, trying to get the kill on Xiutou, overstepping a little bit. He had a very good start. He did not need that kill on Xiutou. Look at that.
Actually, like for XYG, they didn't aware of the existence of Puran, right?
Yeah, exactly.
They didn't spot him.
No, it's like they knew that he was there, but they did not know exactly where, right?
Uncertainty.
Uncertainty. Look at that. Puran jumps in one more time, but it's not even 4 minutes yet. The only thing Marco Polo needs to do is to jump under the turret, and he will have the protection.
True. So, it's because of they are doing this team fight in XYG's blue buff field. So that actually makes XYG more easier to do the counter attack.
Right now, Puran already has a level advantage in comparison to September. Let's see what decisions he's going to start making, as right now it's going to be 3 more seconds for the blue buff to spawn one more time.
Again, the same position. The same people. See what TTGs want to do.
Oh, Kusia taken extremely low. It's going to be a 3v1 against him. He won't be able to survive. Mulan having a very difficult beginning of the game. Being taken down 2 times, and right now it's going to be the whole blue team invading and trying to keep control of this red buff. Look at Binchan. Binchan waiting for the right moment.
Nice one.
Binchan finds one more. It's going to be Siho, but right now they have a counter attack over there on Chinchin. Chinchin's going to have to push back. They won't be able to invade on this red buff, but they're showing us that they're here to fight.
From this brawl, actually, it's quite a smart movement from TTG because they already foresee Ku Xian's gonna support the team fight that's might gonna happen during the blue buff side.
Yes.
That's why they just stand there and set a trap for Ku Xian to coming down, and they really did a nice gank on Ku Xian.
And while Ku Xian was just rotating, right? Like he needed to go back to try to help. It was just a little bait.
Yeah.
They just waited for him to push back and take him away.
That's exactly those details.
Look at Marco Polo. He's being surrounded by 3 people. It's gonna be Vincent bringing him down. Marco Polo is gonna have to proc his soul, going back on the turret. Prince of Landing comes from behind, takes the kill, but Puran won't be able to survive, as right now it's going to be 3 people taking on him. Tintin is just behind, but look at Ling Mong. Ling Mong is going to try to come in. He's got his own. His second ability is going to be wide. He cannot take on Joey. Kusi is going to come in. He's going to try to take on that. Sends the sword. Takes one attack. Takes a second one. And it's going to be a gigantic fight. A 3-2 trade for XYG.
Such a chaos. Everybody's just gathering in the bottom lane and trying to gain some advantages. Let's just take a quick review. First, Shoto's out was pushed out, and then Prince of Landing ganked and got him a kill. But the point is, like, no one's actually taking down that tower.
Everyone is just taking turret damage.
And watch the flash. Actually, Limo tried to foresee, tried to predict where Joe is gonna go, but he missed it. Anyway, Ku Xian's gonna make it, so he takes this kill.
At the end of the day, was a 3-2 trade for XYG, that they're able to level up the goal. Look at that. Puran is gonna have to jump away. September's Sky Splitter was not enough, as it was Chinchin jumping and supporting Puran.
And the blue buff goes to XYG. They successfully steal it away.
That was good. Good movement. XYG do not want to go to the ultimate battle. The ultimate battle is going to be a difficult stage for them, since it's going to be a blind pick. All heroes are going to be back on the table. Anything that you want to pick, you could even have 2 heroes that they're exactly the same on both sides.
Yeah, that might happen. Again, uncertainty frightens people alive. All of the people are in the mid, but nothing's gonna happen.
Nothing's gonna happen. Now the blue buff is going to spawn one more time. It's going to be free for Trao Yun to take.
Because now in this time it's gonna be a little bit
Be
difficult.
careful,
for TTG.
Pinchin's gonna jump in.
Oh,
Look at that,
flash!
Kusia used his flash, tried to use his ability. It was not enough. Marco Polo jumps in, he's gonna take on 1, he's gonna take on 2. It's gonna be a 2-1 trade for XYG.
Double
TTG.
kill goes to Marco Polo.
TTG are trying their very best. Look at that. Siho uses his flash, trying to use his third hand. Not gonna be enough. That turret won't stand, and it's going to be XYG the ones taking control of the game.
Such a nice battle. XYG with Kuxi's flash first trash down the HP bar
Yes.
from Lady Sun, and then create such a safe environment for Shodo using his ultimate.
I
Just
love
go
it. Look
in.
at that Kushi in there. He goes in.
Oh.
He knows flash straight into Tianchong, putting Tianchong on his back foot, allowing Marco Polo to come in. No one could do anything on that Marco Polo in that stage.
Yeah.
Lady Sun needed to run back unless he wanted to die together with his teammate.
Yeah, he's such a tough guy. It's just like he knows that he can't get away from this round. That's like he's just gonna do it.
But at least I'm gonna die fighting, right?
I'm gonna go for a trade.
I'm not going to let you take this one for free. 9 minutes and 15 seconds. We're arriving very close to the 10 minutes mark. Right now, Puran moving in. In the moment that that Prince of Lanling is invisible, the only way that you know exactly how to spot it is when he moves close to you, you're gonna have these exclamation marks on top of your head, right?
That small little yellow one.
Yeah. Like you know that he's around, but you still don't know exactly where. You still don't know in which direction.
Isn't that make it like much more horrifying?
Yeah,
It's like-
exactly. It's like he's around, but where? Ah!
it would be better just don't let me know.
Yeah, true. Look at that. Kushi has decided to go with the succubus cloak.
True.
He knows that he's gonna have to take
something's
in
gonna
so
happen.
much damage. Look at that. Pinchin taking extremely low. Siho being very aggressive, trying to use his third hand. It's gonna be wide. Right now, XYG is gonna take control of the blue buff from TTG.
We can see Shihe got his Gale emblem, right?
Yeah.
It's gonna offer his ally to gain extra movement speed. Try to seize some moment. Try to win the priority. Try to engage the team fight.
Trying to engage, right? It's going to be a really nice active item that would allow your teammates to gain movement speed, right? Not only it allows them to gain movement speed, but just allows them just to gank on people so fast.
Yeah, that's the importance of this item.
Already 4,000 gold lead for XYG. They've got control over the map and they've got control over their resources.
Things went pretty well on XYG's side. They just need to be cautious. And
Just have
now,
to be cautious, that's true.
they really lean on Shodo right now. They need to let Marco Polo do some pokes at the very first time.
True, like, and look at that, Marco Polo is just, no one is trying to control that Marco Polo. No one is trying to just slow him down. The protection provided by Siho is just enough for Shodo to take control of the whole jungle.
Yeah, quite well. And we can see now Shodo's got the highest gold during all 10 members.
That is bad news for TTG. Really bad news.
For XYG, they are getting closer and closer to this match point, to this win, to the group stage.
Wow.
But for TTG,
The ultimate from Angela, from Limon's Angela, is just so much damage can be dealt by that ult, right?
yeah.
Angela is one of those heroes that sadly does not have a lot of mobility. It cannot survive long. But if you can just wait in the bush and ambush your opponents, the damage that it can be provided is just crazy. Look at that.
Another steal away! That's what we call Bu Ran as his dragon theft. Another kill.
Puran indeed jumping in with the Prince of Lanling, takes the dragon, but then it's going to have to pay with this turret. That's not a trade that I would like to have because right now Puran is going to take 15 more seconds to come
Check Guang
in.
Yu, check Guang Yu.
Guang is trying to go
sneak.
around, but it's not going to be enough. Right now, they do not have the power play. Puran is not in. It is not looking good as it's right now a 6,000 gold advantage.
Wow. He just stay invisible and use his second skill without as a combo.
Would you go for that Tyrant?
I don't know, but it's pretty cool, isn't it?
No,
Just like cheer up.
It is cool. I agree with you. It is very cool. You know what else is very cool? Winning.
Wow.
Winning is super cool.
Looking for it.
And Puran just going for that Tyrant, I don't think that it was the right decision. Like if you gain the Tyrant, but at the end of the day you have to die for that Tyrant. I don't think it was a good trade.
Because the ultimate is the only ability that Prince of Lanling can rely on to get away of that field. So that's sort of risky, but well, check the situation right now. Actually, the most difficult thing for TTG is like, it's hard for Qingqing to sneak into the real.
Yes.
XYG has those kind of awareness to keep watching on Qingqing, keep watching on Guan Yu's position.
They're able to just try to spot where Guang Yu is, right? And the fact that Marco Polo right now has such a big gold advantage in comparison to all the TTG players allows them just to be a lot more aggressive, right? Look at that. All team members from XYG just looking for where that Prince of Lanling is. Look at that. Everyone is just going face first on every single bush. They know that if Prince of Lanling cannot be a very big threat for Marco Polo, they will be fine. And Marco Polo already has items that can protect him.
Yeah. And also XYG know that TTG trying to do this split push, trying to let Prince of Lanling to clean up at least one lane to earn more time for TTG.
Yeah. Marco Polo already with the frigid charge and the purify. Both items would allow him to survive on an ambush from Prince of Lanling. But right now, as the time goes and as the time moves forward, that Marco Polo becomes a bigger and bigger threat for the blue team.
And for XYG, I'm pretty satisfied that they do have that kind of awareness of keep watching where Guan Yu's position is.
Yes, exactly. Look at that. Pinchin is going to put his shield
Flash in.
up. He's going to come in. It's going to be Tinchin that jumps in. He's going to be able to push in one. It's going to force a resurrection. It's not going to be enough. The dragons are still in, taking on the turret. But it's going to be Puran that is going to take one kill, forcing Kuxie back.
Well, such a nice pushing back from TTG.
Yes.
Well, they just use the advantages of being under that protection covered by their high ground tower and use that advantages to do such a nice fight back. He know that there's someone in that bushes.
Zhao gonna use his Sky Splitter just to try to run away. He knows that Puran is still a force to be reckoned. Marco Polo procs his ult is going to be wide right now. He's gonna have to run away. Suto has been taken extremely low.
And now, from this brawl, from this team fight, TTG is gonna just gain their vision out. And it's time for them to initiate something, to do something, to get for more.
Look at
Zhao
that.
is searching for Guan
September
Yu.
is going to take that Guan Yu down. They're going to lose that Tyrant, but look at that. The Howling Emblem is going to be proc. Siho trying to get on Qiancheng. Qiancheng is running away. Puran is being spotted. Mulan with the blade. 1, 2. It's going to be resurrected. Thanks to Tyrant, but it's going to be brought down one more time.
1-4-3 trade, and we can see like there's 3 winning lanes, and we can see there's so many minions gathering in the bottom lane. XYG try to do the fatal strike because TTG now there's 2v4, and they try to drag him down, try to wait for Qingqing's revive.
Qingqing 5 seconds is going to be back. Qingqing was able with Joey's help to protect their crystal. Look at that, such a vital move for September. September does not want to go in for the Tyrant. He knows that he needs the power play by taking Qin down. They take the Tyrant, but at the end of the day, they're just going with the Howling Emblem, trying to force Qiancheng down.
Yeah.
If they would have taken Qiancheng in there, the game would have been completely done.
That's the point. They really try to take Lady Sun down because now, in this late game, Lady Sun's gonna be the Mr. Key for TTG.
That's true. Lady Sun is going to be vital for them. Look at that, Xiudo already 14,000, as Qiancheng has 13,800. Both of the marksmen are going to be vital in these big fights.
I
They're
believe
going
we're
to rush
gonna...
that, and then the Overlord is going to go for XYG.
I believe that we're gonna witness another spawn of the Tempest Dragon because now it's 18:30, not that long until the Tempest Dragon is gonna spawn.
Only 1 minute away for the Tempest Dragon. That factor that could turn everything around.
Yeah.
When the Tempest Dragon is online, there's no goal difference that matters. There is no composition that matters. It's just going to be a one-play game.
And to be honest, everything's not be settled down yet. Because as for TTG, they already buy themselves enough time. Check Qiancheng's item. It's fully decked out. And now Qin got his Star Breaker. And if they really want to do that team fight around the Tempest Dragon camp, it's gonna be such a convenient movement for Qin to try to sneak into the rear.
Of course, and not being able to spot where Prince of Lanling is gonna just
do a lot of help.
Increase that uncertainty, right? Look at that, they've got eyes on Qin. Qin is not able to run around.
But XYG, they really try to take down the top lane high ground tower since the Tempest Dragon gonna spawn on the bottom side.
That Tempest Dragon on the bottom side is bad news for XYG, right?
Yeah.
Like they would have preferred it to be on the other end where they've already got an advantage. Now, the final showdown begins, ladies and gentlemen. Right now, it is XYG's opportunity to try to seal the deal and avoid the chance for TTG to force this to an ultimate battle.
The out from Marco Polo has been forced out. It's such a bad news for XYG because now they really lean on Xiudo's poking.
Right now, let's see that they might not want to start this Tempest Dragon as Mulan is still pretty far away.
True.
Mulan's job right now is just to spot where Guang Yu is.
Yeah, as same as Qin right now, like those two warriors gonna take the responsibility of cleaning the top lane.
Oh, look at that. Xiudo is a horrible place. One more time, he's being forced back. September has an idea where Puran is, but he still cannot be completely sure how to spot him.
Yeah, we can see like Xiudo, both of his purifiers also be forced out right now.
Now, that was pretty scary. It was a very good movement from TTG, trying to go around. They knew that that XYG had to take control of that blue buff. So they just tried to surround them around that area.
And now both of the teams are vying for the vision and see Qin showed up on the top lane because he wants to clean up the minions and try to earn a winning lane for TTG.
They do not have a winning lane yet, as most of the turrets from XYG are still on. Like there is no advantage whatsoever for them on top lane.
Blue team has destroyed a tower.
This is just a temporary piece before
look
the
at that! Shiho is being taken down. Angela is going to proc her ult. It's not going to be enough. Shiho is going to have to use his ult as well. And that's going to be bad news as right now XYG's most crucial ultimate, that Titan's revive, is going to be on cooldown for a very long time.
And also for both support, it's a flash to flash.
Yes.
So both of the teams are gonna wait at least 60 seconds.
They have to wait for 60 seconds at least if they want to. Look at that Puran. We can see over there in the mini screen the movement that he's got. September is gonna have to use those bears to try to recover this HP. The Heaven's Origin is being progged. It's not going to be able to cage down Marco Polo. They need to get Marco Polo out of the equation. Whoever that gets the other team's marksman out of the formula earlier is going to be able to take on that Tempest Dragon.
Yeah, and no one's willing to engage to the Tempest Dragon first because it's sort of risky, especially both of the teams are now available for doing the team fight. They are looking for Ku Xie, but it's gonna be a trade because now XYG is doing it for the Tempest Dragon.
Ku Xie is gonna be able to survive. Look at him, he slows down Guang Yu. Right
What
now
about
he's going to
Tempest
depend on
Dragon?
Buran.
Tempest
Buran is
Dragon.
trying to go for it. It's
Who's
not
gonna
gonna
take
be
it?
enough.
Who's
Angela
gonna take
procs
it?
her ult. It's going to be Trying to take the dragon. Right now it's going to take Buran as well. It was a difficult call for them. They tried to take on Ku Xie. They were not able to do that. And right now the Tempest Dragon will go for XYG.
TTG was gambling. They fully trust that Buran's gonna be able to take down that Tempest Dragon, or given enough threat to earn more time waiting for the other allies to come in to support. But they didn't expect that XYG could be that kind of decisive and just rush that Tempest Dragon.
The Tempest Barangar is already knocking at the high
Flash in.
door. Oh!
Why? Watch out, Wing comes in!
Completely disappearing from the map. That Angela ulti is going to put a power play for 40 more seconds. Insane move by Angela Ling Mons, using that hero to its best.
And now XYG, they're in such a huge upper hand. They already take down 2 of the high ground towers, and now they got the Tempest Dragon Vanguard. And this is their match point. They can be able to initiate the final fight, help them to get straight into the group stage.
Look at that, Buran is trying to find a position from behind. He's not gonna be able. The dragons are coming in. Chin Chin is still being cornered back
So
on his crystal. It's not gonna be enough. Look at that. He jumps in. He's going to die.
It
The
just
dragons
vanished.
are still very healthy. They're trying their best. Their hope is falling. They're trying to push in. Vincent that procs his flash is not gonna be enough. He's trying to be immune. He's being stunned. Mulan takes one more kill. Buran is gonna be taken extremely low. Look at this. He tries his very best, but it's not gonna be enough.
Check out Lady
It's only
Sun.
gonna be Joey and Qiancheng. Now the dragons are in. They're
Heading
pushing
for
in the
crystal.
crystal. And it's gonna be
XYG.
moving into group stage.
Congratulations to XYG under such a huge pressure, but they do withstand of the pressure. They did it. They did the uphill challenge, and they defeat TTG and make it go through to the group stage. Congratulations to XYG again.
Congratulations, XYG, taking the victory 4-2. We thought we were gonna make it into the ultimate battle. It wasn't that. And right now it's just time for the players to come, admit defeat, move back to their hotels, and prepare, because tomorrow they're gonna start on round 2.
Wow, such an exciting battlefield just happened in our tournament. And to be honest, before today's matchup, no one actually expected that XYG gonna win this matchup.
Nobody was expecting that they were going to be so much superior in the first games, right? TTG did not start in their best, allowed XYG to take an advantage, a 2-0 advantage at the beginning of our BO7. And at the end of the day, in Game 6, everything looked well for XYG to seal their ticket for group stage.
True, and this is exactly the charm of why we love esports so much, because you're never gonna know who's gonna be the final winner.
You never know. Everything is always in the air, right? Like that's the main idea about MOBA games. The pace is so fast. Like things can just like change in a matter of seconds. One fight can define everything. If that Tempest Dragon would have gone for TTG, maybe we would be getting ready for an ultimate battle. But it was not.
And there's no another chance, especially in esports industry. You only have one chance. You lose it, you lose it.
Yes. Sometimes you lose it, so you lose it. Now, let's move, and as we can see, XYG getting ready. It was really nice to watch the boys today, their performances, using those meta heroes. I think that the BP was better for XYG compared to TTG. I do believe that in the first games, the BP from TTG was not the best. That is something for them to actually go back home and think about, right? Like their decisions in that specific stage, that's something that Coach Kerr is going to have to think about.
That's why we saw Q just sitting at that seat, and he's totally blanked out.
Yeah.
Because he don't want to have this thing happen, but it just happened, and there's no, like, you can't play it once again. So we can see like there's totally two different atmosphere during this training room.
But well, it is only a defeat. They still have tomorrow.
They still be lucky, all right?
Come on, they have 4 more days. The problem right now is that after this round 1 of the KPL qualifiers, we're gonna have Beijing Weibo and we're gonna have Guangzhou.TTG joining on that bloodbath that we will have for the next 4 days.
Yeah, we're gonna be preparing for the next few round, the round 2, right? And we're gonna go through single round robin best of 1 format, and the uncertainty just increased.
Yeah, you've mentioned that already, right? Like the uncertainty is going to increase, and how that uncertainty is going to make everyone to be on their edge of their seats. We're gonna see in the next 4 days BO1s among the top teams of Honor of Kings in the world. The KPL region qualifiers round 2 is going to bring us a lot of BO1s. It's going to be a full round robin that is going to be having electrifying matchups.
Yeah, and that's gonna be the last pre-game or the last pre-matchups before our 16 teams participating in the true group stage. Because after the next 4 days, right, or 2 days actually, 2 days, it's gonna be few teams that's gonna make it to the group stage, and we're gonna go through a group stage draw ceremony.
Yes, exactly. Only 4 out of 10 group teams are going to be able to move forward and actually make it into the group stages. XYG Ling Meng, vital. That Angela ultimate right over there in the last battles, it was insane. A very, very, very aggressive pick. A huge gamble that paid really well for XYG.
Actually, I was a little bit worried about picking out Angela. It's because, as for Sheldon, his ultimate can block away the second skill dealt by Angela. But they just did it.
Yeah, they just did it. Look at that. Ling Meng uses his old boom. Bye. That's the thing. Like the burst damage that ultimate can provide. It is an amazing tool. Look at that. Pinchin uses his flash, tries to come in, and then Ling Meng one more time. Bang!
Oh.
I love that. The way that the whole team, that whole XYG, just talked to each other, the communication, it was vital for them to take this victory. Look at them. So happy.
How can not them be happy? Because as we've mentioned again and again, actually they haven't been expected to win this matchup at like before this event, but they just did it, and wow, such a nice play.
Such a nice play, and we're gonna be moving forward into the group stages, and then we're gonna see XYG, Guangzhou XYG just going there, and then hopefully they're gonna keep showing the same level that they showed today, right? You gotta remember that Guangzhou.TTG is one of the top teams in the KPL region.
True.
And the fact that XYG just was able to come in, look at the 10,000 gold difference that they were able to farm on at the end of this fight. If they keep playing like this, they're gonna be contenders for our main trophy.
And the good news to them is they still got quite a long time to prepare for the next few matchups.
Yes, exactly. Well, let's move forward with the interviews. Let's see who do we have from the team of XYG.
We have got September with us. Could you please say hi to our audience first? Hello, 9月，可以先和大家打个招呼吗
？Hello， 大家好，我是 XYG 打野9月。
想先请问一下，在今天这一场比赛打完以后，现在整体的一个心情？
非常开心吧，因为这个龙王没有被抢到。
Okay, our first question was like, how do you feel right now after taking such a great victory? And 9月 just said, as a jungler, I'm quite happy, and then I'm much more happy that it haven't been taken away by
the Tempest Dragon right at the end.
Tempest Dragon, they still got it. Okay, so our next question would be, like after this matchups, you're gonna be secured one spot into the group stage. So which team you hope that you can be contest with? 那现在的话，你们已经确认可以直接进入到小组赛了吗？那么在这个小组赛阶段的时候，你们有没有什么比较想要交手的队伍呢？
想跟微博交手吧，因为感觉好久没跟暖阳交手过了。
Okay, so the answer is they're looking forward to contest with Beijing Weibo because it's quite be a while since he haven't been contest with Nuanyang, which is the jungler from Beijing Weibo. Okay, so the last question would be, do you feel like being really confident about the next matchups because you guys are really did a great job these days? 那最后一个问题的话，就想问一下你们有没有信心，就是在接下来的比赛里面，像今天一样表现得这么好，或者更好呢？
有信心，我感觉我们是那种越战越勇的。
I like that answer. Like he just said, like they have fully confidence towards the next matchups, and they do believe under like a higher pressure they can do better. Okay, and we are looking forward to your next few matchups. 感谢你接受我们的采访，也希望你们可以越打越好。He's being like really cool, you know, acting cool.
Acting cool and just pulling on Nuanyang, right? Like he just said, like, you know what? Like I haven't played against Nuanyang in a while. It would be really nice just to be able to play against Beijing Weibo. But Beijing Weibo, they still have to get into the group stage.
That's the point.
Yeah, exactly. Tomorrow they will start the route. If they want to make it into the group stage, they first are gonna have to be able to get out of the KPL qualifiers round 2.
And we know that they are gonna go through a quite fierce competition.
Yeah, the result of today's match, XYG taking the victory 4-2 against Guangzhou.TTG. The matchups for tomorrow are gonna have a second opportunity for Guangzhou.TTG to make it into the group stages. We are gonna have Xi'an WE, Nanjing Hero, Changsha TSA, Shenzhen DYG, Shanghai EDGM, Shenzhen DYG, Guangzhou.TTG, like Suzhou KSG. All of them are gonna be fighting
against each other.
Chengdu AG is gonna be part of the mix as well. Beijing Weibo, as we just mentioned. This is gonna be amazing. This is gonna be 4 days full of energy, full of electrifying matches. It's gonna be 4 days of the best, of the top level of Honor of Kings competition.
And we need to aware that our international championship is the highest level during all our professional tournament. So for these KPL teams, they need to vying for the chance that gonna be able to attend to the group stage.
Today has been an amazing day. We've brought you an amazing match, and we know that the next 4 days are not gonna be any different. For today, this is gonna be the end of our stream, but we're really looking forward to bring you tomorrow round 2. I'm your caster, Isaac Pena.
I'm your caster, Nora.
Have a good night.
See you tomorrow.